All right. Hello.
There's the sin.
Whoa, jeez. Spike on the volume with a there right there. I guess you're.
Phone,
Well, glad you're excited to see me or hear me. I guess.
never want any more. Gotta get away from the stone cold floor. Crazy. So cold crazy, you know.
You having fun over there?
Yes.
All right.
Just enjoying my classic heavy metal.
Yeah.
I like my Polyphia. I like all the my spirit box and all that, but god damn it, nothing scratches the itch quite like the likes of Dio and all that era.
I mean that's the point of having
varied taste.
Yeah, exactly. I as much as there's this human instinct to try to rank things, it kind of doesn't matter what is the best, especially when it comes to something as subjective as music taste. Um, like, I mean, I think I've talked about this before, but just to reiterate some opinions I've had about music and stuff. I think the best way to approach talking about music, especially if you're delving into music theory and stuff like that, is to try to talk about it less with as little subjectivity as possible, and try to talk about how certain what are the effects of certain rhythms or chord tones or what the choice of key does, and the fact that I just remembered I need to take my pills and I need to carefully grab them so I don't medically dox myself. That's an unrelated thing, but
Also, Gail, make a permanent change from coffee to tea. Nice. As gentle of a drug caffeine is, it is still a drug. Granted, I'm reducing my caffeine intake because I wanted to keep working on me, because resistance is a bitch.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I've told you, Sin, how I've been reducing my caffeine intake for the past, 4 months.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned it here and there.
Yeah, I'm down to only 80 milligrams in a day, but basically on my weekends, I'm trying to go, very minimal, other than, tea and, sodas.
I'd imagine.
Because those have very minimal caffeine compared to, straight up energy drinks, which is what I was on.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, caffeine withdrawal is a bastard. That's just a theory. A music. God damn you, Shorty. You just had. That's just a theory. A music theory.
I mean,
Raven. Oh, I like all kinds of music. I'm picky on rap, but Billy Idol was a fave growing up. Billy Idol's pretty good. I need to check out more of the discography, not the usual hits.
And then that usually, when you explore someone's discography instead of just the well-known stuff, you usually find some really nice gems that nobody appreciates.
Oh yeah.
In fact, something I like to do with my song of the day sometimes. I make my song of the day a really famous song that everyone fucking knows, but sometimes with my song of the day, I will deliberately make it something that is pretty obscure, just to kind of quietly highlight something that's not as well known. So if anyone clicks on the link, they can find something that isn't super well known.
One other thing is a good example from me, even though they're already not well known, at least in our spaces that we usually were, was fucking Susumu Hirasawa. Most people who are aware of Susumu Hirasawa are probably gonna know of him for the Berserk soundtrack primarily,
which is really, really, really good.
It's really fucking good. The Berserk soundtrack is really fucking good, both the new ones and the old ones.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so the thing is though, I actually started listening. Years ago, I was listening to more Susumu Hirasawa stuff that wasn't the Berserk soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
And I think me and you both agree, Paranesian Circle is an amazing fucking song.
Paranesian Circle is my favorite Susumu Hirasawa song, but nothing's even close.
It's
Um,
amazing, and I've only seen it in one fucking place. I've never seen it anywhere else. And
Ruiner.
that actually, yes,
Yeah.
the video game Ruiner. That is
Mm-hmm.
the only place I've ever seen that song.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, Paranesian Circle, it's kind of old actually.
I think the album that it's off of, Aurora, came out in 1994.
Yeah. And I gotta say, listening to Javi, like I think my top songs from him, Paranesian Circle. I'm gonna exclude the Berserk soundtrack because that's kind of cheating. I love that soundtrack. But
Mm-hmm.
my favorites, excluding the Berserk soundtrack, Paranesian Circle is on top. And then I think two of my other favorites are Archetype Engine and Day Scanner.
Yep. I think if I had to pick my next two, because obviously I already
Yeah.
said what my favorite is. Um, this is without like looking up like his entire discography and just kind of going off like the top of my head here. Um, maybe like Echoes.
Ooh,
Um,
Echo's really good.
and like maybe Siren. Siren's really interesting to me because like it starts out by playing like a I think like a hurricane siren or something. I'm not some kind of disaster siren, right? And then he harmonizes. Excuse me. He harmonizes with that siren to make it sound calming. And I find that really interesting that you take a sound that is typically associated with danger and
Anxiety.
anxiety, right? And he makes it calm. He makes it feel relaxing. Um, it's really really good. But man, there's a lot of good stuff. Also, there's a one of the other tracks off of the Aurora album. Oh god, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Here, let me look it up real quick.
Also, Yang, I see. I get. Yeah, sugar withdrawal is a major one. Like that's a massively hard one to kick.
Here, let me look at the track list.
I can only imagine how like sickeningly sweet some things start tasting after that.
Okay. All right. I found the song. So, Take the Wheel, uh, which
Ooh,
is
that's a proto. Was a proto forces.
yeah. So, Take the Wheel is a song is the fifth track off of his album Aurora, and it
Oh,
is.
hey, Raven. Speaking of Billy Idol,
If you are familiar with the Berserk soundtrack and you know the song Forces, which is probably the most famous song from the Berserk soundtrack, uh, Take the Wheel is like the prototype of that song. Now, personally, I do think Forces is better. I think it
mm-hmm.
goes a lot harder, but you could. The origins in Take the Wheel are like undeniable. It is like immediately obvious. So that one's really good too.
Expires, pray help from above. Yours in the midnight hour. He cries more, more, more.
Yeah, Susumu Hirosara writes really, really good stuff. I love his music.
Listen to more funk. Funk music is interesting. I need to find more of it that I like, but like it has a it's I think funk is like the greater scope thing because there's subtypes of funk, and I need to find the one that I like the most. And one thing I do like is when there's funk elements in other music.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how the context in which I've enjoyed funk because I feel like it's like when I've listened to like just like straight up funk, it's kind of like to me. But that's like a personal taste thing. But songs that have some funk elements from bands that I already like tend to do pretty well. Like there's God, I can't remember the name of the song now, but there's a song off of the Second Law by Muse um, that's really like really leans into funk. Panic Station, that's what it's called. Panic Station by Muse is like kind of a funk song, but Muse is typically Muse is not a funk band. They're more of a prog rock band. Um, And so I find myself listening to that song. It's like, yes, I enjoy it, and it is very, and I do specifically enjoy its funky elements. But I don't typically listen to funk music. So
Daft Punk is a very good introduction to funk elements.
that's kind of true. Yeah, it's like electro funk or synth funk.
But they use so much fucking funk in their music.
You're totally right about that. Yeah,
it's a great introductor to it. Too bad the Daft Punk as a project is now done.
Yeah, I mean they were doing it for like what 20 years.
Yeah, no, like they're like, yeah, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Blows up their characters.
Yeah.
Now they're off being French people somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Daft Punk are the only cool French people.
Imagine being French. Have you heard of the jazz funk match called Junk? I've probably heard it somewhere. Jazz funk. The movie music video DVD. Wasn't that the Raven? Wasn't that the series of music videos that was like a huge like anime storyline just to their music? Like it was just like a bunch of anime music videos that like had a consistent story between them. Belonging to the blue people. Robots reference. I have not thought about robots in a long fucking time. That movie.
Yeah. I remember liking that movie a lot as a kid.
Oh yeah. The best part is making the baby.
That one took
the kit.
That one took me a long time to get.
Yeah, considering our age, it took so long.
Because I think I was like 8 when that movie came out or something.
Yeah.
Actually, when did that movie come out? Robots movie. 2005. Yeah, I would have been 8. I would have been 8.
I was 9. Yeah, I was 9 when that movie came out.
Well, I guess it depends on the month. March 11th. Yeah, I would have been 8. Actually, I would have been pretty freshly 8. Because my birthday's on March 8th.
Times have come.
Hello. Oh, you want to show chat your potatoes? My wife made some potatoes. You guys want to see?
They have slices. Sliced.
They look good, love. Anyways,
Sharzy has either in my dad, on my mom, or baby when it came out. Oh, that's right. Sharzy is like super zoomer. Blue Oyster started a cult.
Wait.
I have Blue Oyster Cult playing right now. Freaking Yang. Don't you hate it when you Blue Oyster start a cult?
How old is Sharzy then? Are they like?
I think Sharzy was like 19. I think 18. That's
yeah,
right.
I was gonna say, like, are they just like barely an adult? Damn, that's crazy.
I think I remember running the math. Like he's either like 18 or 19. So yeah, Sharzy's 18.
Are they like our youngest fan?
Gonna be 19 this year. Ah, I remember when I was 19. I was a dumbass who had gone through numerous near-death experiences. And I'm not talking about VTuber lore.
No.
Yang at 24, the senior zoomer. That sounds like most of Gen X. Potatoes, my favorite analogy symbol. Ah, yes, Raven. Potatoes and Gen X. Perfect.
Wait, what? Why are
I'm deliberately misinterpreting chat.
Oh, okay. I was very confused. I'm like, wait, since when is potatoes associated with Gen X? No, the only thing that's you know what's associated with Gen X? For
The Troubles.
something that you forget because Gen X is always forgotten.
They are left out of so many conversations.
Mm-hmm. No, honestly, I'm beginning to wonder if that's happening with us, with the millennial generation, because the dynamic used to be about like boomers and millennials, but if it seems like that dynamic is shifting to boomers
Gen Z.
and zoomers, yeah, like they're skipping 2 generations now. Uh, though to be fair, generational talk is always a little bit stupid, especially when you talk to people who like really want to like pin down exact dates or years for like when generations start and end. And weirdly enough, they always seem to like make generations weirdly and creepily small. Because like fun, like just a little bit of a reminder about what a generation is, guys. A generation is like a line of like people that were born in like roughly the same time, and the next generation would be their children. Oh, you're offering me potato, or oh, you want to show this potato slice to chat? Okay.
Most of the Gen X want to be left alone. Sounds very
It's
familiar
warm.
because that sounds like
Very
my
warm.
parents, who are also Gen X.
Yeah. But like,
Young Gen X, but still Gen X.
anyways, with the point of like subsequent generations being like, you know, the next like your children and so on and so forth, right? I find it really weird the ages at which people like to define generation splits. Because if we imagine a generation as like, you know, your next generation is when the gap between your generation and the next generation is like
It's when you get a Patrick Stewart on the crew.
well, yes, but it's like when like the age at which you reproduce, right? So let's say, you know, you're 25 and you have a kid. The generational gap between you and your kid is 25 years, right? And so if we're trying to define like a cultural or societal generation, we would try to go with something that like, kind of like is like the average age of reproduction across like a group of people, right? Like what you would expect from them. Like
Isn't it like some people just kind of like default to like 20?
20 to 25 I think is quite reasonable under this like criterion. I noticed that a fuck ton of people, particularly on the internet, who are obsessively talk about these different generations, shrink that gap from like 20 to 25, which would be reasonable, to 15. And I think that's fucking insane. In fact, and it's also a little arbitrary because they usually give boomers like 20-ish years, but then like they almost immediately cut it to like 15, and then 15 again, because reasons.
At least be consistent. And you know what? Still, 20 does match up for now. It's just because you had the boomers, and it's like.
And
what?
realistically, you should actually be increasing the distance, not decreasing. Because, yeah,
We're having kids later.
Yeah, because boomers had kids earlier, mostly because they had more financial stability in their 20s. Whereas you ask a millennial now in their 20s, the chances that they would consider themselves financially stable is really low.
And it's like some of them do want to have kids, but they're like, no, not in this financial setup.
A lot of millennials would be having kids right now if they had financial stability. But they're not. Like one of the main one of the main issues that millennials are facing is the lack of an ability to actually like get married and get your own home in the same way that their parents and especially their grandparents did. Because especially for boomers, like it was like really fucking easy for them to you know get married, get a house, have some kids, start a family, and live a fairly comfortable life. And they didn't need high level education. They didn't need really fancy jobs. They could do this with pretty run of the mill working class jobs. Um, because the wages that they had were relatively close to productivity. In the 60 years that we've had since like the 60s,
More like 80 years.
well, it's
Oh no, 60. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. So it's like, yeah. I said 60 for a reason. But in the 60 years since then, there's been a huge gap between or an increasing gap between wages and productivity. Um, and that's a huge problem. It's basically the reason why there's so many people advocating for increasing the minimum wage, because it at least just like decreases that gap a little bit. It's not going to fix the fundamental problem, at least not on its own, because you also need to have unions and more labor rights to increase the power of workers so that they can argue, so that they can negotiate for better wages and better benefits and stuff like that. But you also need like regulations on things like housing to bring prices down. You need anti-corporate legislation to actually curb or shut down a lot of their greed, because they're upcharging the fuck out of a lot of essential things. Maybe one of the most egregious industries being the pharmaceutical industry, when it comes to life-saving medicine, like insulin.
God, it was so. I remembering a freaking Reddit post where someone was talking like they're relaying this story about how they got like majorly injured in freaking what was it, in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And they're freaking the fuck out because they're like, oh fuck, how are we gonna pay for this? And the doctor's saying, hey, the pain meds are gonna be expensive because they really fucked themselves up.
Mm-hmm.
So like the surgery cost and the pain meds and all the other stuff they had to get because of their major injury in Europe ended up costing like $600 equivalent. And they're like, oh, that's fucking nothing. It's fucking
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's not nothing, but like compared
Like,
to
it's
what
like
you're
they have-
expecting
yeah.
as an American, like you expect there to be like 2 more zeros at least.
Yeah, because then they got really fucked up. So they had to get like, life-saving stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And in America, that because of you're fucked for the rest of your life. You're
Yeah.
financially fucked for the rest of your life.
Well, and even I mean, and even with insurance, you can still get fucked because like one of the freakier stats that really makes me upset about America is that the vast majority of Americans are like basically a $500 emergency away from like not being
Bankruptcy.
from bankruptcy, and just not being able to pay rent or pay their mortgage or do much or like afford groceries. Like they basically, if they had a $500 emergency, they would be fucked. And that is just astonishing to me that like that's not like, oh, this isn't like, oh, like 20-30% of Americans, which would still be a problem, by the way, like a big problem, but it's straight up the majority. That's unacceptable. That is the thing that kills economies, because that means people can't afford to spend their money and engage with the economy in a meaningful way. Because one of the healthiest things you could do for an economy is to have your populace have enough financial stability that they could afford to just spend money on stuff.
Yep. Because they don't identify with Gen Z, they're doing their own weird shit. Yang, I identify more common with you and Oslo than they do with Shardzy. Yeah, that's just kind of like what you grew up around, really. That's like,
Well,
the generation thing is mostly just, like like scale of your current age comparatively.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
So
like
ultimately, I think the dumb thing about the generational talk is that like the more important aspect is really like your actual stage in life, and really if you want to put that into like like an age bracket or whatever, the best way to put that is like by decades. Like, like, oh, you're in your 20s, you're in your 30s, you're in your 40s, you're in your 50s, so on and so forth. um, because chances are if you're in your 20s, you're experiencing basically the same type of stuff that other people in their 20s are. Same thing for if you're in your 30s and 40s. um, there's some wiggle room. Like, obviously we could probably extend 20s down into like maybe 18, because that's when you become an adult. um, maybe some people in their older 20s feel like they're more akin to people in their 30s and vice versa. there's there's really more like Venn diagrams we should be experiencing here. And like, yeah, someone like Yank, who's a few years younger than us, feeling a bit like sympathizing a lot with millennials makes a lot of sense, um, because he's really only a few years younger than us.
yeah, and also again, why generations are stupid. Like we're an example because we're in that gray zone between millennials and Gen Z.
Yeah, no, like I notice a lot of people put the cutoff like right at 1996, which if we followed that strict definition, you would be considered a millennial and I wouldn't, even though we're like really like we were in the same grade level, you know,
Yeah,
at
so it's
school.
like it's a gray zone.
Yeah,
Like basically, I think the gray zone kind of starts ending 2000 on up.
hmm Though I will say, I do think that specific cutoff I pointed out is really fucking stupid, because it totally forgets why the generation is called millennial.
Yep, you
Because it's
grew up in the new millennium.
yeah,
You
that's
were more cognizant in the new millennium.
my earliest memories are basically of 9/11, right?
Yeah,
Well, actually, my earliest memories are me being in the hospital when I was 4, but like, it's also 9/11. That
man,
that
I
would
was so confused when 9/11 happened.
yeah. Well, I mean, I've shared this before, and I'll share it again because it's some cursed knowledge. But I was like a little kid. I didn't understand what the fuck was going on with 9/11. I just saw all this talk about planes crashing into skyscrapers. So one of the ways that my little childhood brain dealt with that was by drawing pictures of planes going into skyscrapers on a whiteboard.
Yeah, I remember my uncle who was like both of my uncles who were like 4 years, like my younger uncle 4 years older than me, then the other uncle like 10 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
What's it? I remember they were talking about very different experiences because like my other uncle would have been like in like what I was in kindergarten, so yeah, he was in like fourth, fifth grade, and like it's just interesting hearing different perspectives on when that went down.
Mm-hmm.
And like from my older uncle who was again very young but also way more cognizant than me and my other uncle. He's like, yeah, it was fucking scary. Also consider the fact that most of the res got put on a huge lockdown because, well, here's a fun fact: my res reproduced the majority of the fucking uranium that's in the U.S. arsenal.
Yep.
Actually, my reservation produced most of like a huge chunk of the nuclear material that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Gail was about 10 when 9/11 happened. Yeah, no, it was a weird time.
Yeah.
Yeah, also again, of the 54 uranium mines on my reservation, only 3 were properly sealed up and cleaned up. The others, all the companies that owned them declared bankruptcy, dissolved themselves, and then reorganized elsewhere. Because the company that owned them no longer existed, no one had to clean it up.
Fun. Must be fun being a native.
Oh, and also like fun recent things. When the pandemic was at its height, I remember we were begging the government for aid of any kind.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the first things to arrive. Not funding, not masks, not even gloves, not medications. It was one of the first things to fucking arrive.
What?
Body bags.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And another one was back in 2000. It was either 2015 or 14 because I remember I was in high school at the time. But the Gold King Mine, which is in New Mexico, but upstream from basically all the one of the most major sources of water for my reservation, the San Juan River. Upstream from us, the Gold King Mine. Its seals came undone and leaked so many fucking chemicals into the water, contaminating the entire river. FEMA had delivered giant water tanks to chunks all over the res for either potable water, animals, or livestock or farm work. Here's the problem: every single one of those water supplies that was given to us was tainted with raw petroleum.
Fuck, dude.
That was 2014, 2015. That's fucked and depressing. The U.S. government, people, there is I remember talking with Sin about this whole time, how even if the hardest thing of enacting change of even if you get good people into the government, the trust is gone.
Yeah, well, and this is broadly true. I was actually talking with my dad the other day about a lot of stuff, but one of the things that he brought up, and I didn't quite get to make this point to him because the flow of conversation had kind of moved on by this point.
Yeah.
But he did talk a little bit about trust in institutions and stuff, and I was going to bring up that because he's concerned about how there is just this this increasing lack of trust in institutions and stuff, and this is extremely dangerous because there has to be trust in institutions for society to function. You straight up need that trust to exist. Otherwise, you start getting really bizarre and dangerous mindsets amongst people. That's basically what empowers conspiracy theorists like Alex Jones and stuff, right? And so the point I kind of wanted to make to him is that it's really frustrating agreeing with the sentiment that it's really important that the populace have trust in institutions, but also recognizing exactly why people have lost trust in institutions, right? Because basically, it's kind of the fault of these institutions in a way, right? A lot of people don't trust the government because the government has completely failed to deliver for the people time and time again.
And is often undelivered on operations that are strictly against the people. Looking at you, the CIA.
Yeah, and so this is especially true if you're a part of a marginalized community, especially if you're indigenous. Oh my god, I mean, I've talked to you in private plenty about various ideas that I think could really uplift the Native American people, but it's become so hard to imagine any of those actually happening simply because it requires trusting the US government a little bit, just a little bit, to do something good. And
we have every reason to not trust them at all.
Yeah, and that sucks because it's well, fuck, what do you do? Because let's suppose you're you have this new presidential administration come in, and it's a new wave of congressional representatives that have this much more pro indigenous ideology, and let's say this hypothetical president creates a new administrative body that's about reaching out to indigenous peoples and really working with them. And so like they might all be acting good faith, and let's suppose you're like a federal agent of this like specific agency that was created for that, and you're acting in good faith to reach out to the Native American people. Chances are you're just not going to be trusted. Um, you're going to be met with lots of skepticism and maybe even hostility, depending on where you go, I suppose. But and this is
Yeah,
really it's like it's so upsetting to think about because like there's been such this long history and continued pattern of fucking over the natives that like it's almost impossible to imagine a good faith actor actually getting anything done. You know, it's upsetting.
yeah. Let's put like basically, I'm just like, even if you have the perfect government who's like really trying to right the wrongs, I know it's gonna basically be hard regardless because we're gonna resist it because we're gonna assume you're hiding a knife behind your back at all times.
Yeah, it's like a catch-22 where it's like you can't do anything because they don't trust you, but they don't trust you because you're not doing anything for them.
And also because
You
the
know?
the people before you raped, murdered, and then raped again, the same people.
Yeah. So it's just I and you know this. I mean, this is especially bad with like the indigenous Americans, but it's getting worse with other groups too. I mean, if you're black in America, you're going to face a lot of this. If you're LGBT in America, like
You know what's an
there's some
interesting
reason to
phenomenon
be
I
kind
saw
of
that's really unfortunate in this age of distrust? With the rise of AI generation and the rise of disinformation and the rise of
yeah.
policies that allow states to control information, it leads to more and more distrust in the institutions because you can't trust anything if it's legit or not, and that gives rise to fucked up shit taking hold.
No, that's true.
Because, like, again, like take Texas as example, they can control what goes into their school's textbooks. It's fucked up, it's stupid, but
hmm
they can, which means you will distrust what's in your history books, even if it's accurate.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, it's like if you read a textbook and it talks about like there's like this mention of a standoff between American police and the Native Americans in like the '60s, but it was like resolved peacefully. Um, if you actually know the history, you know that's complete bullshit. And so, if you read that in this textbook, that then calls into question everything else that's in the textbook, which is bad because let's be honest here. Probably most of that textbook is accurate. Probably.
The broad strokes, usually.
Yeah, usually in the broad strokes of like talking about history, there's so much general consensus that you can't get away with just fucking lying about the big stories in history, right?
All right, let's put it this way: of a thing that's sanitized is Wounded Knee. Everyone, like people, if you even look into just history in general, like hear about Wounded Knee. Oh, like it was bad. Like the government fucked up.
Oh,
Here's the
it was
thing:
more than
it was
just
way
bad.
worse. It was worse. Like, let's put it this way: the textbooks say it was bad, which means it was far worse than that.
yeah,
If the textbook says it was bad, that means it's far worse.
mm-hmm.
Because, like, basically, Wounded Knee, basically what ended up happening is all the warriors were away at the time, and the U.S. government moved into a camp full of basically the old, the injured, the sick, and the young, and the women. And they began to disarm and forcefully disarm the natives.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, though, they ended up having an encounter with a guy who was deaf. But instead of realizing the guy is deaf, they shoot the fucker. And then it breaks down to a huge massacre, and everyone freaks out. Breaks down to a huge massacre where majority of all casualties were women, children, and sick and already injured.
Yeah.
All the able-bodied men were already away on campaigns somewhere else.
Yeah.
Now, granted, these were two forces at war with each other, but this is equivalent of us going Yeah.
I mean, like, it doesn't matter if you're. I mean,
Yeah.
that is horrific war crimes, right? Like,
Literally war crimes.
like as you were describing that, I was just thinking, like, yeah, this reminds me of Palestine right now, because and like here's the thing, like Israel declared war on Hamas, okay, and like okay, to the extent that they want to take care of Hamas, that's fine. They're a fucked up like Islamic terrorist organization. Yeah, I'm actually okay with like trying to eliminate Hamas. Here's the problem:
You're killing everybody else.
you're killing
and you're
everyone
just
else.
using Hamas as justification.
You're committing war crimes over like every hour almost. It's insane. There's a reason why South Africa, of all nations, is charging them with genocide and apartheid.
And here's the problem, though. Nobody in the UN wants to provide a concrete definition to the term genocide because majority of the big players would be guilty.
Well, they do have a concrete definition. It's just that when you have countries like the United States and Russia and China on the with veto powers, suddenly, and I think the UK as well, but
And
I mean,
France.
yeah, but like point is like even all you really need is the United States, especially when we're talking about Israel here, because like pretty unanimously, with the exception of the United States and Israel, like there are constantly votes and calls to like for a ceasefire, but it's always vetoed by the United States because we view Israel as our puppet state in the region, and we kind of want to the government kind of likes viewing it as like basically a giant military base for the United States in the region. Also, like there's extreme amounts of corruption, political corruption between Israel and American politicians. It is actually
Most of that is done through defense contractors, because who sells a shitload of weapons the more we send over to Israel? All the defense contractors.
Well,
and who contributes money to these politicians? The defense contractors.
Well, yeah, that's like the military-industrial complex in a nutshell. But it's also like AIPAC, which directly donates to people's campaigns and stuff to basically just make them more pro-Israel. One of the worst cases recently actually being John Fetterman, where like he basically told AIPAC, like, you know, if you give me this money, you could basically write my Israel position, and they did. And he's been fanatically Zionist since October 7th, to the point where like basically the entire online left has just fucking hates him now. Even though like you go just a month prior, the online left liked Fetterman because he, because like basically just the fact that he was Zionist was not really being highlighted, and he wasn't just Zionist; he's like extremely Zionist. Because we kind of there is this expectation from the online left that like, yeah, most like senators are going to be to some degree Zionist, right? You expect them to be generically pro-Israel, but there's a difference between generically pro-Israel and like fanatically Zionist. And it's fanatically Zionist.
They make Israel an exclusively Zionist ethno-state.
Yes,
yeah.
It's
and what's fucked up?
Horrific.
It's like, I've never seen things where it's like Holocaust survivors in Israel still haven't even gotten a lot of their benefits. Well, they don't give a shit about.
Yeah.
Israel, the government doesn't give a shit about Jews. They give a shit about Zionists.
Yes. Yeah.
Israel, the government, does not give a shit about Jews.
No. Well, especially if those Jews are darker skinned, because there is definitely a white supremacist angle in Israel. Like just 100% there is. It's really bad.
Here's the thing: being anti-Zionism does not make anyone anti-Semitic.
No, and especially when one of the loudest groups in the U.S. protesting and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza is the Jewish Voice for Peace. I think it's really dumb to say like, oh, it's anti-Semitic to be calling for a ceasefire when one of the loudest groups is a Jewish group. Um, I also think it's straight up anti-Semitic to assume that being Jewish means that you support Israel, because no, it doesn't. You could be Jewish and pro-Palestinian at the same time, um, and you don't have to be. And like being pro-Palestine by no stretch of imagination means that you're pro-Hamas. Like I started this conversation by pointing out that like I'm fine with Hamas being destroyed. I'm not fine with war crimes being committed. Right?
Groups that are objectively horrible are why we should be prepared with our defense industry. How we're using it is terrible.
Yeah, and like there's some people who are like, oh well, they're using them as human shields, which no, they're not. Well, and even to the extent that they are, Israel doesn't care. Like they're bombing hospitals and leveling entire neighborhoods. Like that's not something you do because this like
It's kind of sad seeing this as a case of like, yeah, no, like America, when we were going through like Afghanistan and all that, we were door kicking, we were being careful, we were being precise.
Well,
this is just you don't give a fucking shit.
I mean, by comparison, yeah, by comparison, we were being precise.
If we look good by comparison, holy fucking shit.
Yeah, well, and it is worth noting, like especially with the actual hunt for Osama bin Laden, that was with like SEAL Team 6 there, like that was actually acceptable. I mean, there's like some asterisks around that. The big asterisk being the entire war in Afghanistan, but
and
especially since Osama was not found in Afghanistan, he was found in Pakistan. But like the idea of like sending in a strike team to go assassinate the leader of Al Qaeda, like that's fine actually. And so if Israel decided that they would send in strike teams to hunt for Hamas, that's fine. Like, I actually think that's a fine response. But carpet bombing neighborhoods until nothing exists and cutting off electricity and water and starving the entire block of the entire Gaza Strip, and also using this whole thing as an excuse to do more settler colonialism in the West Bank, which doesn't have Hamas. Yeah, no, they're not motivated by defending their people at all. The people of Israel should be furious with their government over this too, because the IDF completely failed to stop the attack on October 7th, and their response is to commit the most horrible atrocities we've seen in like almost a century. It's horrible.
Oh, here's the thing. What's it? The Israeli intelligence let it happen.
Yeah. Yes.
We know that.
Yeah, this is actually
known.
Yeah. That's something that the U.S. government basically leaked. Like, oh, we actually know that they knew.
We know that,
and they didn't do anything about it. Why they didn't do anything about it is up for debate, I suppose. But yeah. And it was each kills last. Didn't they use like a bunch of dogs and the robot to kill Bin Laden? I don't actually recall specific details.
No, those are ISIS leaders. You think of the ISIS raids.
That might be true. Yeah.
Yeah, you think about the ISIS raids, AIDS kills. Also, rest in peace, that good girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of the K9 units basically saved their handler by, basically ripping apart a combatant's femoral artery, but they got shot doing so.
Yeah. It's sad how nihilism is starting to make more and more sense to me with all this shit in the world. Yeah, I understand. I actually sympathize very strongly with that, Chardsy, but I also strongly discourage particularly political nihilism.
It's hard. I admit I've let it sit in sometimes.
Oh yeah.
It's
well. I mean, we've had plenty of conversations like over the years. Like you remember how nihilistic I was like 4, 5, 6 years ago. Yep. Before we were even long before we were streaming. I basically, the more I learned about politics and like why horrible things happen, the more I realized you have to care. If you want anything to be, you have to hope for a better world, because a better world is possible.
And that falls into the whole thing of, quote unquote, anti-nihilism versus nihilism. Nihilism, the 14. I'm 14. This is a deep version of nihilism. Is nothing matters. Be a horrible, like whatever. Nothing matters if you get to a fucking death spiral.
Yeah.
When in reality, how you should be interpreting, I believe you should interpret nihilism is nothing matters. Therefore, I can exert my will to make things matter.
Yes, and that's that actually I think is a fine and healthy application of nihilism. I think maybe a better term to express this is like maybe it's not nihilism specifically, but cynicism that you need to avoid, because cynicism destroys anything that's good, right? And cynicism delivers you right into the hands of fascism.
Yep.
It's
again, I still have a lot of cynicism in my heart as a native when it comes to politics, but I still try my best.
Yeah, no, and me too. I'm very cynical being in the U.S. because I fucking hate the Republican Party and the Democratic Party with a burning passion. But it's very clear to me one of these is literally a fascist party, and the other one is frustratingly milquetoast, right? But you still have to care, and politics doesn't just happen through the party system. Like that's why we spent a lot of time last year. If you recall if you go back through like the VODs on YouTube and stuff, there were many times throughout last year where we talked about the WGA strike that was happening, and lots of and the writer strike and the SAG-AFTRA, like,
where nothing matters and everything matters equally, we can change it. Exactly. Exert your will on what truly you care about.
Yeah. And so, anyways, we spent a lot of time last year talking a lot about various strikes that were happening, and the victories that were achieved through that. Right? There's still work to be done to ensure better labor rights for everyone, but there were massive victories last year for the working class, and that's something to celebrate. And that was not done through electoral politics. That was done through people on the ground organizing and using their collective power to go on strike and demand demand pay raises and benefits and protections from exploitation.
And here's my take on like when it comes to greater politics, U.S. specifically.
Mm-hmm.
The presidential race is just a fucking pony show. Like, you vote how you will, it can affect, but like in my opinion, it's mostly a pony show. The real where you can really make a change is starting from the ground floor. Your local politics.
I think it's a bit of both, especially as the world becomes more globalized and the country becomes more nationalized, because politics are more and more national than they were before. I think you need kind of a top-down and bottom-up approach. There needs to be both. So you should care about the presidential election that's coming up this year, and you should care about the senatorial elections and the gubernatorial elections and the congressional elections and the state legislature elections and your city council elections. Care about everything all the way down. Like, there's a lot of things that are important. If you're there's a lot to that. Don't just.
Well, I mean, like, but like, just start getting local. Like, fuck, dude. Like, participate in your union. Talk to people.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you really want to run, like, yeah, you absolutely can. There's. I mean, I can't. Obviously, I'm not speaking from experience. If I actually did, I would be able to talk out. But like, I don't know. But it's like there's a lot of real work that goes into running a campaign, and you have to deal with a lot of people and vitriol and stuff like that. It's not for everyone. Like, at least where I'm at.
Well, the shitty part of politics is also it attracts the exact people who are gonna fight dirty.
That's kind of, yeah, especially with the system as it's set up, right? Because like we need fundamental systemic changes so that we could incentivize better behavior, right? Because the systemic structures we have right now incentivize corrupt
sociopathic behavior.
Well, yeah, actually, literally sociopathic. That's not even like a hyperbolic statement. It's really bad right now. So it takes particularly brave and bold people to run for office and not be a fucking psychopath or a sociopath. Um,
Take all the
and
take
these
away
people
politicians'
exist.
health care. Take away politicians' fucking salaries.
No, you don't have to do that. But like these people, and here's the thing: these people do exist. And so that's why
Bring
I
back
don't.
tar and feathering.
So I don't. Rez, we're trying to be anti-cynical here. um, but like these people genuinely exist. There are actually people trying to who are good faith actors trying to do good things in politics. So don't be cynical. Try to highlight these people where you can. Um, like for example, I say this like kind of hopelessly a little bit, but like someone running for president right now, I really like is Marianne Williamson. She's running for the Democratic nomination to become president. She is almost certainly going to lose because the Democratic Party basically decided they weren't going to have a primary. Like they've ignored any calls for debates or anything like that. And some state level Democratic parties straight up canceled their primary elections. I think Florida was the first one to do that, but I think a couple others have followed suit. Um,
Bring
and
back tar and feathering in a kinky way.
I mean, look, as long as if you're being safe, I guess. I don't know how you'd be safe with that, but like,
SSC, safe, sane, consensual people.
yeah. um, but like,
And
but,
if you're going further than that, rack, risk aware, consent known.
yeah. Anyways, but so like the Democrat Party's been like, contrary to the name, very anti-democratic when it comes to the primary process, because they don't want outsider voices like Marianne Williamson calling for things like universal health care or universal basic income, or
Hey, Grav, how's it going?
or more labor rights and stuff like that, right?
I'm getting a raid. No
Oh
need for
shit!
gravity. The raiding party is 7. God damn, my guy, how's it going?
Oh hey, here.
Welcome to us. Welcome to us dealing with basically like, yeah, heavy shit. America sucks. TLDR.
Yeah.
How's it going there, Grav?
Yeah, we were talking about political nihilism and shit like that.
And it should be avoided.
Yes.
Rezdog, more like Res.
Nice.
Also, Grav, thank you for the sub.
Wow.
Greatly appreciated.
So nice. What a cool dude.
Anyways, Grav, what were you doing? How are you doing?
I'm a pretty cool dude
Cool
with
dude
an
with
average size
penis ready to game.
play.
Death must die. What the fuck is death must
Death
die?
must die. Okay.
I'm looking this up. Death must die.
It's a roguelite RPG. Bullet Heaven. Wait, Bullet Heaven.
Oh, huh.
Wait, is
Interesting.
Bullet Heaven where you're the bullet hell deliverer?
You are the bullet hell.
Okay. Okay.
All the gods are hot. I mean, be surprised if they weren't. It's like you have such crazy amount of power. Wouldn't you choose to be hot, or would you rather choose to be amorphous and mysterious? It's usually one or the other.
Depends on how eldritch you're feeling that day.
Be not afraid.
I mean, sometimes the answer could be both, right? Be not afraid, it's just Gandalf. Or Saruman, as he should have been.
Or Sauron when he's in his twink arc.
True. What about
By the way,
Sauron
it
when
is
he's in his
canon.
furry art?
It is canon. At one point or another, Sauron was a twink, and at one point or another, Sauron was a furry.
These are actually true.
This is canon.
Anyways, twink death leads to furry. I think he was it? Well, I think he was a twink first, then a furry, then went back to a twink.
And then experienced twink death.
Yeah.
Forcefully.
Yes.
Forced twink death.
Yeah. Though it's worth noting, even as a twink, he was still, he could probably still. I mean, we've all seen the intro to the Fellowship of the Ring movie, where he's just like blasting like 12 people apart with a single stroke of his mace.
You know what I'm just laughing at? A fun fact about the Lord of the Rings depictions of Sauron, like throughout most of the movie, they really picked the thing of Sauron's symbol was the all-seeing eye.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson's like, no, let's make it a literal flaming fucking eye. Here's the thing, in the book, Sauron is just chilling in his tower usually. He's not literally a giant flaming fucking eye. He's just busy being evil in his tower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think there was also like a couple other things from the movies on that note. It's like, because for example, in the books, in Return of the King, at the Battle of the Black Gate, Aragorn actually fights Sauron. Like Sauron, like apparates in the middle of the battle and has like a duel with Aragorn. And they did shoot scenes with Viggo Mortensen fighting Sauron.
Yeah, they had the guy in the suit and everything, and like the basic CG.
Yeah, but later on, Peter Jackson decided that like it makes more thematic sense to actually focus on Frodo and Sam destroying the ring, because the story is really about these hobbits. It's not, despite the name Return of the King, it's not really about Aragorn. And we already have plenty of moments where Aragorn's doing really cool shit, lots of focus on him. We don't need this is the climax of the movie. We don't need it to be about Aragorn, because it's not about him. It never was. It's about Frodo and Sam. I mean, it is still about Aragorn, to be clear, but like, in a sense, like by the time they're even at the Black Gate, Aragorn has completed his arc. So there's not this like big thing for him to like narratively overcome. It's just a fight with Sauron at that point. So really, the character arcs to climax with are the hobbits here. So they decided to actually cut out the fight with Sauron, but they didn't entirely cut it out. What they did instead of it being Sauron,
CG'd in a troll.
They CG'd in a troll. So those scenes where you see the Aragorn fighting this troll and almost like getting his ass handed to him, and Legolas starts freaking out. That was originally Sauron. That's why Legolas like freaks the fuck out, right? Because it's originally he was reacting to Sauron almost killing Aragorn, but instead it was a troll. In
I was like
in
to
the final
say,
cut.
like, that kind of shows how badass of a swordsman Aragorn is. Just a normal, as a baseline human.
Yeah.
Oh, granted, he's part Númenórean, but that's just a different flavor of human.
Yeah, I mean, as far as his physical prowess goes, like it's human. Like he does have the benefit of time, so he has more training and experience than most humans do. But for all intents and purposes, he's human. He doesn't have these heightened senses that elves do, right?
He gets to live longer and gets to choose when he dies. That's it.
Basically, yeah.
Like literally, Aragorn's death in the later canon of the Tolkien stuff. Like Aragorn literally just like, yeah, I'm done. My son's ready. Climbs into his coffin. Bye bye. Dies. Literally.
Yeah. Anyways,
like he just chooses to die. Like, yep, I'm gonna die.
Yeah. But another point about another change that they made in the movies is with Isengard. In the book, it's basically just described as like this giant slab of stone, vertical slab of stone, and it's not like, it's like almost featureless. It's just, here's a fucking stone tower, basically, and that's kind of it. Peter Jackson said, "Fuck that! I want to create something that's visually spectacular," and so they made Isengard look really
like an evil wizard tower.
Yeah, they made it look really edgy, basically. And it's iconic. You know? They're taking the hobbits to where? To Isengard. God. Aragorn.
Arwen be like,
True. True.
the age gap between Aragorn and Arwen is kind of staggering, people.
Yes, it is like actually over 1,000 years, I think.
Yeah, Arwen's like a millennia and a half. Aragorn's like 80 something by the time of the events of the book.
87.
Yeah, 87. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
87 during the events of the book. Well, no. He's
Well,
87
actually,
around Helm's Deep. He's probably like closer
Yeah.
to 90 by the end.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember how long
The
that.
events of the book take.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious
I'm
how
not sure.
Gandalf just fucks off
Off the
for
top of my
like
head.
10, 12 years. Researching
Yeah.
the One Ring.
Oh
while
yeah.
Frodo's just
Yeah.
chilling.
Fun fact, in the movie, well, actually, I don't think this is in the theatrical. I think this is an extended cut thing. But like, after Bilbo's like birthday prank, essentially. Yes, love.
You slow started.
What?
You guys slow started.
Yeah, we're talking about nerd shit.
We're nerding out here.
What are you looking for?
Did you eat my potato?
The potato that you gave
How
me?
do you think Aragorn and Geralt would react? A lot of respect.
Okay.
And actually,
Why?
I think especially on... It depends on how much
Okay.
Geralt will know. If Geralt knows a lot about Aragorn, Geralt will be expressing a lot of respect for Aragorn. A lot.
Yeah.
But also a lot of fear because of the world that Geralt comes from. He is like worried somebody like him would not last very long. Even if just from just it to describe, they only have to get lucky once.
Yeah. Anyways, coming back to thought I was what I was saying before. In the movie I think it's not the theatrical cut, but the extended cut of the movie after Bilbo's birthday prank. And like Frodo finds the ring and stuff and talks to Gandalf about it, and Gandalf's like, I'm not sure about that ring. Got some bad vibes about it, basically. And so then it shows a scene of him, leaving, and like he ends up going all the way to Gondor and Minas Tirith to, read some stuff about it, and then he returns. And like in the movie, it's like 5 minutes of that going on. In the book,
it's like, yes, he's gone for like 12 fucking years.
yeah, because you know what Frodo does in that time? He basically takes over like the logistics of Bag End, right? And he's just like managing properties and shit. In fact, there's literally a whole chapter that's just about him like managing his property, and getting ready to sell it and move in with his cousin Peregrine Took, also known as Pippin. It is just like the most like mundane shit, but because Tolkien is such a good writer, it's like oddly fascinating. Even though like this is like, when you compare it to the other shit that's gonna happen in the Lord of the Rings, it's like, why is this here? But like I think
that's why I say Lord of the Rings is great, but it's a very hard read.
Yes, it's not something I would consider. Like The Hobbit, I think is pretty easy to pick up and read because it's literally like a children's fairy tale type of thing.
Yeah, it's literally meant for children because Tolkien wrote it for his son.
Mm-hmm. But The Lord of the Rings is much more. It's much more, I guess, abstract. I don't know if abstract's the right word, but like it's just, I guess, more mature, for lack of better phrasing. But one of my favorite chapters in the Fellowship of the Ring from the book is when after they leave Bag End and they're making their way towards I forgot the name of the town that Pippin's from, but like they're basically Frodo, Sam, and Pippin are traveling together towards where Pippin's family lives. And they're in the woods, and they've already encountered wood elves at this point. They spent a night feasting with them. Oh, and fun fact about that, another difference between the movie and the books. In the movies, Sam sees the elves, and he's like, "Oh my god, elves! What are you doing, love? I already had that, love."
Oh.
It's kind of funny, yeah, because they meet the elves. It was a caravan of elves who were going, on their migration to the, to the ports to Valinor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and they're like, oh, and the elves like, hey, just chill and eat and what was it? Stay with us for the night so that you'll be safe.
But yeah, basically to broadly summarize it, it's like in the movie, like Sam's admiring someone from afar. It's like, oh my god, elves. In the books, like they kind of stumble upon the elves, and the elves are like, oh my god, hobbits! Hey, come here, let's have a party. It's so much.
You're safe here. You're safe here.
Like, oh my god, and everyone, look, some hobbits. Oh my god, aren't they so cool? Look at them, they're hobbits. Oh my god, they're like so excited about the hobbits. It's like it's just kind of, and like, I don't object to what Peter Jackson did, by the way, because like a lot of the fantasy of Middle Earth does rely on like this kind of awe-inspiring presence that the elves have, right? Because and that's really important for the Battle of Helm's Deep in particular, where you're supposed to have this idea that elves are basically like these immortal demigods, basically. And they don't need to die. In fact, and most of the elves by that point they're leaving Middle Earth. They're heading to the western ports
to Valinor
to go to Valinor, which is kind of like somewhere between the Garden of it's kind of like the Garden of Eden, kind of like heaven. It's a little bit of both, in terms of like what is analogous to. But yeah, like so. You have these elves from Lothlorien who show up to reinforce the Rohirrim at Helm's Deep, and if you understand that like the awe that this should inspire, it's like this is massive. Like imagine if basically a bunch of like angels descended from heaven to fight and die alongside you, and when you understand that and you see like basically a pile of dead elves, it's like it's horrifying in a way. It's tragic. It's sad because,
and that's the thing. Also, a bit of a theme of the Tolkien universe in itself is a lot of like expressing a lot of entropy, and elves are an example of that entropy because they're leaving. They're dying or they're leaving.
Yeah, and it's like it's something that you should feel a bit sad about if you understand the lore of that universe in particular. So I don't mind, in the first movie, Sam kind of just having a short scene with Sam being in awe of these elves, so that like you could have that more of that delivery later.
Also, hi there, Root, and dance to the angel beats.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: the reason the elves had the reaction like they did in the books, it's very much the thing because elves are supposed to be very like, again, awe-inspiring, and also the case of like admirable individuals. They appreciate life as it is. Like,
yeah,
they are fascinated by these mortals. These are things that are to be cherished.
Yeah,
because the mortal experience is something that elves can't have. So, conventionally,
it would be like the way like this might be a bit of a weird comparison, but I think it makes it's like encountering these hobbits is like, oh my god, look at these sentient cats. Let's talk to these cats. Oh my god, they're cats. It's like they're cute and adorable and so wonderful to these elves.
So it's like
right?
a child seeing their first puppy or something. Very similar.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it's almost exactly. I mean, different animal, but like that. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to describe. But yeah, it's. Anyways, this isn't the favorite chapter I was trying to describe. It's like the chapter like after this whole like it's after that whole encounter with the elves. They travel further through the forests in between Bag End and their destination, and that's when the Black Riders are hunting them. And what's really fascinating to me about that chapter is, or might even be a few chapters. I don't know, what's fascinating about that section of the book to me is that it's like you get this sense that like you never really get the Black Riders described to you. It's more that you feel their presence. Like they're being hunted, but it's not like they see them per se. It's more that they're kind of just aware of this like evil presence hunting after them. I think they did see like the first one. Like I think they had they might have had their first encounter right before they saw the elves, but then like later
because that brings it up because they know the riders are after them, but the elves are like, yeah, no, you're gonna be safe here. Don't worry. And
Yes,
basically, it's like the first time that they had like proper rest in a
yeah.
long time.
So I think actually, yeah. So I think the scene right before they encounter the elves is basically like the one in the movie where they have the Black Rider kind of like trying to sniff them out. So they see like their feet and this like horrifying evil presence, right? So they do have a sense of like how physically intimidating a Black Rider is, but in the this later section, you're not Tolkien's not really describing these Black Riders, chasing after them with their metal armor and these swords and these black
Like a
horses
face.
and like it's not he's not really describing that. Like that's what you see in the movie because it's so visually stunning.
Face. Yeah,
Um,
but the
but
Black
like
Riders, they're the Black Riders, but they're more of a force than they are physical beings hunting.
yeah, so it was like they're an eldritch presence within the forest hunting them. And it's I think that's so cool. He basically like within this story that's overall like especially like a few chapters later he would be writing you get into Tom Bombadil, who's like one of the most lighthearted characters in the entire universe.
Silliest individual ever.
Yeah. Like it's at this point in the Lord of the Rings, we're still overall experiencing a lighthearted story. And he basically wrote like Lovecraftian horror in the middle of it. And I think that's so fucking cool. um, anyways, Lord of the Rings is awesome. Give it a
Yeah, no.
give it a
There's
read if you
reason
like
it
reading.
codifies and inspires a lot of fantasy to this day.
Yeah, but even if you
Oh, it was
if
kind
you
of an interesting discussion I had with a coworker about fiction and
What?
everyone the typical cringy power scaling shit. But they brought up an interesting thing about the way Tolkien's world works and other fantasies do.
Yeah.
So, in the Tolkien setting, like titles and names do actually hold legitimate power,
To some extent, yes.
even if subtle.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bit of a funny thing because I remember we were talking about Game of Thrones back when Game of Thrones was good. This is how old this conversation is.
Yeah.
But we're talking about one particular character who's known as being a very legendary, a legendary swordsman. And so we're talking about Aragorn, who's also, again, a truly legendary swordsman in their times. And basically, we brought this up because both settings are very much comparatively pretty grounded with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, Game of Thrones is a much lower fantasy, but still pretty grounded. Or actually, rather, I should say this: Lord of the Rings is a much higher fantasy, but very much still very surprisingly grounded with its high fantasy elements.
Yeah.
But throughout the characters, Aragorn, both as under the title Strider and as Elisar, and then brought up Jaime Lannister. And he's known as being an extremely, probably the best swordsman of the time, but a major thing is that he gets a hand cut. But at his peak, he also has the title of a Kingslayer because he had to kill the previous king to save basically the country from the king who literally was about to fantasy nuke the entire region because he's gone mad and had his alchemist develop a special elixir that was basically fantasy nuke. And so he murdered the king. But thing is, though, people still kind of are cagey about him because he's a Kingslayer. But the bigger thing is that he was a Kingslayer because he was a King's Guard. So he had the title of King's Guard, but he slew the king. And so we brought up a weird thing of power scaling wise, because if it was Strider versus Jaime Lannister, I think Strider would have the advantage. We both came to that consensus. But an interesting point of Aragorn would win consistently, but Jaime would have a better chance if he was sent to the Tolkienverse and it was King Elisar.
That's kind of true.
Because of the titles that are intertwined with Jaime's very existence.
That is kind of true. I mean,
now again, he would probably still lose, but he'd have a better chance.
Yeah, it's like a very subtle advantage, but it's not even enough for me to really say it's an advantage. Um,
I say it's a subtle boost. He would still lose, but it is a subtle boost.
yeah, but like it's worth noting, like Tolkien has that aspect in that universe, but it's clear that like the actual virtue of characters matters way more.
Exactly. The actual virtue and the actual what they do is what truly matters.
Yeah, and because the biggest thing about Aragorn is that he is a truly virtuous character, and that's why he is the worthy king of Gondor, right? Like they very intentionally contrast Aragorn with Denethor to kind of show the difference between the rightful heir to the throne and
The steward.
the steward, right?
And it's kind of crazy because the movie actually character assassinates Denethor.
Yeah, actually, Denethor is not that bad in the books. He's bad. Don't get me wrong.
He's basically
But, like-
he makes poor decisions in the book because he's depressed and literally being mind fucked because he has a direct telephone line to fucking Sauron.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's literally Sauron just like calling Denethor up and like, hey, look what I'm doing to your men. Haha, bitch! Hangs up.
Basically, yeah.
Literally, it's just imagine getting crank called by the Avatar of Evil every day. Every day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not great.
Also, remember, it's like he is an Avatar of Evil. Tolkien never goes into specifics, but he lets you like when you think about it more, like, oh, Sauron does some heinous fucking shit.
Yeah, no, he is literally supposed to be like that universe's equivalent of the Antichrist.
Specifically Antichrist, because Melkor is Satan.
Yeah, Melkor is Satan, Sauron is the Antichrist. And Gandalf is the equivalent, that universe is equivalent to Jesus.
But
in
no,
case you
like,
couldn't fucking
Denethor,
tell.
It makes sense why his mind is going a bit, because getting crank called by the Antichrist every day.
Yeah.
Crank called by the And like another thing about the whole virtue mattering is like freaking in the books, Aragorn takes control of the Palantir and BTFOs Sauron out of it, saying "fuck you."
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's the whole idea is that he was so virtuous that he was able to at least withstand it for a bit. It's also why Gandalf like freaks the fuck out when Pippin grabs the Palantir.
Palantir.
Because it's like, Gandalf thought that thing was so dangerous that not even he should use it. In a similar level to the ring. Now the ring is worse, but even the Palantir, he was like, like his whole argument to Saruman about like why he shouldn't be using it is because we don't know who else might be watching, because they're not all accounted for, and especially later when he knows for sure, like, oh, Saruman was connecting to Sauron through the Palantir, so for sure this Palantir is not safe to use.
Yeah, and the thing with the Palantir is like I think it's not just like it is primarily used for seeing and communicating because they're basically seeing stones.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is though, it's not so much that you're just seeing; it's a deeper connection both to mind and spirit.
It's like a Vulcan mind meld.
Yeah, you're sending your spirit and your mind forth to see using the Palantir. But because of that, that's why it's so fucking dangerous to use it when Sauron has one. Because, fun fact, they're on a shared network.
Yeah, well, it's like the idea in the movie when Aragorn grabs the Palantir, Sauron taunts him with Arwen. Because it's like, oh, I know how much you love her and how much you care for her. What if I tainted her? And it causes Aragorn to freak the fuck out, right?
Yeah, and it's a good way to visually show that. In the books, again, because mind and spirit and all that, and how virtuous, because that's the thing, the virtue, Aragorn is able to say, yeah, how about no?
Yeah.
Aragorn to Sauron, no you. No
yeah, so it's like subtle differences there. But both, I think, are valid things. I mean, it's like, I think for the purposes, especially since I think that was an extended cut thing, I don't think that was in the theatrical cut.
Yeah.
A lot of the extended cut things are really to try to help do a lot of world building, to flesh out some characters or flesh out like artifacts like the Palantir.
Yeah.
Or something.
Also, Shardsy, what do you think of the Lich King versus Sauron? Oh, you're talking about the death battle video?
I
get it.
there was
Yeah.
a death battle video. I didn't know. I
Wait,
guess
do we just want to do a live reaction of that? Because that's a pretty old one. Well, not old, but it is.
Well, we've already
couple
spent
years.
an hour and a half podcasting
True.
here. We don't need to watch the whole video, but we could talk about it. But like,
Yeah, no, I saw that and I'm like, you know what? I genuinely agree with the result.
so I'm assuming, I mean, if I had to guess, I would say Sauron would win that. And,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty intimately familiar with the Lich King. And like, yeah,
With Arthas, yeah.
Yeah, because I play Warcraft 3 is one of my favorite video games of all time, and I am a huge I'm a huge lore nerd for Warcraft, especially in the era of the Lich King. So I
Like, oh, how old is the Lich King entity again in Warcraft? Like, okay, by Warcraft 3.
So okay, I guess what do you mean by Lich King entity? Because that
Because
does
the
matter.
title Lich King is like, you know, passes to the next host.
Okay, so the actual the actual creation of the Lich King by Kil'jaeden. So that was created upon Ner'zhul's death and torturous death at the hands of Kil'jaeden, and he stored Ner'zhul's soul in the Helm of Damnation and thrust it into the Frozen Throne in Northrend.
So how old is the Lich King entity then? Would you say?
So at that point in time, oh god, because this would have been between the events of Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3, because Ner'zhul I think was the main villain or one of the major antagonists for the expansion to Warcraft 2.
Okay, so we'll use the gap between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3.
Well,
then.
but yeah, so I'm trying to remember some details here because like what ends up happening at the end of Ner'zhul's life is that he opens a bunch of dimensional gateways on Draenor, which basically are so unstable and filled with like the energies of the Twisting Never that they basically explode the planet to some extent, and it becomes Outland.
Yeah. So I
and-
think I remember one thing they brought up in the video was experience. And it's kind of funny because, like, I think the Lich King entity had only been around, like, I think that, like, again, the gap between, like, Ner'zhul's death and Arthas.
It might be like 20 years. Because
So,
that's
like,
what I'm trying to think. Because it's like you have Ner'zhul's death there.
Satanic by Panic. That's a hell of a name. Thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it.
that's a pretty good name, actually. But so like he tears apart the planet with these dimensional gateways, and he steps through one, and he's then confronted by Kil'jaeden, one of the leaders of the Burning Legion, which is like the demon faction, and he's basically scolded by Kil'jaeden for failing to do his job, and then he's tortured to death. By like, you know, hellfire magic, stuff like that. And then Ner'zhul and all like his like nearby like warlocks and friends, like the posse that's with him, are all like killed and turned into liches. So the first like group of liches are actually these like orc warlocks. And then Ner'zhul becoming the Lich King. And then basically the first thing that happens lore-wise with the Lich King or the first major event is like the War of the Spider, which is, but then he also later calls upon Kel'Thuzad shortly afterwards, and that to start the Cult of the Damned to spread necromancy in Lordaeron.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Oh shit! You're getting
What
more
the fuck?
raids. Oh my
Penn
god!
of the game, I think we're the raid and Satanic by Panic of the Radio Party 16. Holy
Wow!
Hi, everybody! Listen to us learning the fuck out.
Man,
You smell the coyote is cooking, possibly.
Man, we're gonna be
Holy shit!
We're gonna be podcasting for so long. We're not even gonna play a game.
At this point, right?
Which, you know what? It's Borderlands 3. That might be
Also,
okay.
Satanic by Panic. That is an amazing raid message for the name. Literal panic attack.
Panic attack. Hey, I have an emote for that. Where is it?
Oh my god. Anyways, out there, for anyone that doesn't know me, I am the Rezdog, a Naval Monster VTuber. How are you doing? We are currently podcasting instead of playing Borderlands 3 at the moment because we like to talk about nerdy shit. How's it going?
You did
Overcooked 2. Nice.
Cool.
Reroll Replay, thanks for the follow. Demac Attack, thank you for the follow, greatly appreciated.
Okay.
But yeah, anyways, come back to it. So the Lich King entity is only as old as the gap between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 and Ner'zhul's age itself.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, if you want to go with the consciousness of the Lich King, it goes from the birth of Ner'zhul to the death of Arthas in Wrath of the Lich King. Ner'zhul he wasn't like old, but he was not young at the time of his death.
He was a very experienced orc.
Yeah, because he was the mentor to Gul'dan, who was like the main evil orc dude in like the first Warcraft game.
So anyway, so we're saying like what, 100 years ish?
I don't think it's quite a century. It might be more like
80ish,
maybe
90ish.
maybe 80 years. I'm a little bit. It's a little bit fuzzy on like main thing is I don't remember how old Ner'zhul was when he died.
Anyway,
Arthas would have been like 35 when he died.
So going into that, they brought up the idea of just like plain fucking experience in being an evil overlord.
yeah, if it's experience alone, yeah. But even if you like somehow equate the experience, I still think Sauron would end up winning there because of just literally like what he's meant to represent. He's supposed to be Antichrist of that universe, right?
Yeah, no, like we're talking regular fantasy evil overlord, and then Sauron is like the fantasy evil overlord.
Now, what might be more interesting to compare here, though, is not necessarily a 1v1 duel between Sauron and the Lich King, but perhaps a battle or even better, a war between the orcs of Mordor and the undead Scourge. That might be more interesting, because the bigger strength of the Lich King is not his own physical prowess and magical prowess, which is individually really high for that universe, but he's a necromancer. He's like the prime necromancer. So
yeah, that'd be interesting too, because Sauron has dabbled in necromancy, but that's not his whole shtick.
Yeah, he also does necromancy, but but the Lich King I think would absolutely, like, when it comes to a necromancy contest, like the Lich King I think would win handily. And
yeah, because I think basically Sauron is a much more way more experienced, but a more rounded evil wizard type.
Kind of, yeah.
Like he does a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
and also like he was like the evil wizard overlord before, again, he codified the evil wizard overlord in modern sense.
Yeah, well, it's just like, I mean, honestly, like, I don't know if the Warcraft universe really has a proper comparison to Sauron in at least an individual character. I mean, genuinely, the best comparison might be Sargeras, who is like the Titan overlord of the Burning Legion, who is basically Space Satan.
True.
So like,
a panic attack, hell yeah.
So like, I don't know. It's one of the. You know what it's like. Like comparing Sauron to like other evil overlords. It's like comparing like a sci-fi faction to a 40k equivalent. That's what it's like. It's like you're dealing with someone whose scale of power is so unfathomably, like, ridiculously high that like it really wouldn't
work. And it's funny because people are like, wait, Sauron doesn't seem all that powerful. Here's the thing. Gandalf brings it up, and also why he doesn't use his magic to his fullest extent. Because basically the universe itself is like an agreement of, if evil doesn't use their power in this situation, good is obligated not to either, and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
So the more power Gandalf uses, the more existential license Sauron has to use his.
Yeah, there's
And
like
Gandalf outright admits Gandalf would lose.
yeah. No, for yeah, no, it's bad.
Basically, again, Gandalf's like, I can't help you guys as much as I'm capable of because it would mean they're allowed to do what they can too.
Yeah. Also, it's Tolkien's definitely leaning on the theme that like it's the virtue of humanity needs to come.
Is what wins the day.
Yeah. Right.
The
So
virtue of mortals.
and so and I think that kind of makes sense in terms of like viewing it as like almost like a Christian allegory, because like the idea if because like Gandalf's Jesus in this allegory, right? So,
Yeah.
and like Aragorn is kind of meant to represent the best of humanity. Like if we had to, like maybe he's most comparable to like I don't know, like Saint Peter or some shit. But like, but I don't even think he's meant to represent a particular individual. I think he's more just supposed to be like the embodiment of the good of humanity. And the idea of like the Aragorn being able to fight Sauron and not lose, while the hobbits actually do the real victory in the back door, is it's a testament to Tolkien's belief in the virtues of humanity, right?
The light and the darkness.
Yeah, it's like he builds up Sauron as this like unfathomably powerful being, and he's bested by a man, just a very good man. And so,
and all
what
of
might
his
be more
machinations and his very existence is to be undone by some very simple and good beings, the hobbits.
yeah. So in a way, it's like if you pair if you have a duel between Sauron and like other evil characters, a lot of times he's gonna win because like essentially the counter to Sauron is being a very very good guy.
You have to be a truly virtuous person to stand up to Sauron. If you're
Yeah.
not a virtuous individual, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, like if we're comparing, like if we want to go back to the Warcraft universe here, like Arthas is very likely to lose to the Lich King because he abandoned his virtue and embraced the evil of the evil influence of the Lich King, right?
Which is why Sam is the ultimate hero. Yep.
True. But like furthermore, I would also say like if we wanted to say like
That's okay, Dolphin.
who might actually have a chance on like defeating Sauron from the Warcraft universe, like it might be someone like Tyrion Fordring, who by the way coincidentally is voiced by the actor who played King Theoden in the movies.
Hell yeah. Artistic Dolphin, thank you for follow. Greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
Oh, he's voiced by Theoden's actor?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, no, so he has this very like virtuous type of like canter to him. It's great. In Tyrion Fordring, he's a paladin who forms what's called the Argent Crusade. He basically is like the main force trying to like unite the world against the Lich King.
Hey Q, welcome to me and Sin nerding about Tolkien.
Yeah, and but he's a paladin, so obviously he's like a virtuous character in that universe. But he's also noteworthy amongst the paladins of that universe for being so virtuous he got kicked out of the order. Because early on in his career, he had an encounter with an orc, where this was like still in the fallout of like the Second War with the orcs, where like there's just this intense hostility between orcs and humans, and so actually this might have still been in the middle of that war, actually, come to think of it. And so he encounters this orc who's like wounded and defenseless. He doesn't have like a weapon, and Tyrion and Fordring decided to spare him, and not just spare him, but actually take care of him. And basically, he helped this orc get better, and then when it came time, they parted ways honorably, and he let this orc go back to his people, and Tyrion went back his own way. Um, when the Knights of the Silver Hand, which is the Order of Paladins, found out about this, they excommunicated him, um, because like this was like an enemy of the Alliance, an enemy of humanity, that he refused to kill. Um, and so and he was forced into exile because of this. And so I just think that's it makes me think that like he's one of the most virtuous characters in that universe for that, um, because he really embodies the actual true virtue that these paladins are supposed to stand for. And it's worth noting, it's not like the Knights of the Silver Hand are like presented as being like the Catholic Church, where they're like
Corrupt
corrupt.
as fuck.
You know, like they're presented like the Catholic Church in like a lot of the aesthetics and stuff, but like they're not generally presented as corrupt. Though it is interesting to note, this is also the same order that Arthas grew up in, and he's like that universe's equivalent of Anakin Skywalker. But that story's done way better than Anakin Skywalker. Like, oh my god, it's so much better. um, but yeah, it's really
And so
cool.
yeah, actually, it's kind of funny because I just realized we're talking about the whole thing with Gandalf and like Sauron and all that. If you present anybody who is not virtuous before Sauron to fight them, they're going to lose, because basically what comes to Sauron is like, yeah, no, there's like he'll just be worse than you and win. But as you brought up again, if you present them with virtuous individuals, they're the only ones who can stand up to that type of evil.
Yeah,
It's just the way his universe works.
yeah. So someone like Tyrion Forging might be able to actually, because of his virtue, he might actually be able to stand toe to toe to Sauron. The main thing that gives me some hesitation is what you mentioned about why Gandalf didn't want to use his holy magic, because Tyrion, being a
It
paladin,
gives
he uses holy magic, right? So if he used his holy magic, which he likely would, against Sauron, sure, this might do a lot of damage to Sauron, but it also gives Sauron the license to do his unholy magic, right?
And that's the thing. Again, that also felt like the whole thing of like how the messaging in Tolkien's stories of like it's the virtue of simple man, man as in humanity, like mortals.
Yes, yeah, yeah, because it's worth noting that Return of the King also features the Witch King being killed by a woman, and it's not a subtle point.
At all.
It's very unsubtle, actually.
Also, I just laugh at how like again, that whole thing's about the titles and like words and all that having power in Lord of the Rings. It's more of a subtle way, and the Witch King's death is the much more subtle thing because of the prophecy of the Witch King. He was not to be felled by any man. Thing is, though, in a long history of the Witch King and his power, the Witch King had slaughtered a bunch of elves. Because, what other evil overlord wouldn't do such a thing? Thing is, that one of the elves was so fucking pissed at the Witch King specifically that when he crafted the sword that Mary Pippin that was with the Rohirrim?
Mary, yes, Mary was with
the Rohirrim. Yeah, so the sword that Mary had gotten from the Barrow-wights, which was not in the movies, but the Barrow-wight Hollow. So in that hollow where the Barrow-wights were, and they got a bunch of swords. That's where you find, like, all the elven blades that the rest of the hobbits have. There was so much fuck you and post-death spite from that elf and that blade, specifically targeting the Witch King, a sword that had been lost to ages and millennia, basically, because that war happened millennia ago. Literally, that sword had been waiting millennia to fulfill its purpose, which is to say, fuck you to the Witch King. So what literally is with the Witch King of no man will slay you, a blade filled with the promise of revenge of an elf, wielded by a hobbit, will break his protective magics, which then allow a woman to stab him in the goddamn face.
Yeah.
Literally almost every kind of not man was there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have two non-humans in the sense of they're not man. Then you have a woman, and then like
Yeah, no, it's great. um,
was it that jab at Hamlet? I would not be surprised if it was. Tolkien likes to do that.
um, I'm not. Wait, in what way would that be a jab at Hamlet though?
I will not be slain by man and woman born. That whole
Oh,
shtick.
yeah. Okay, you're right. You're right. Yeah, maybe. I'm not as sure.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But like he was an Englishman who was really into literature. Like, yeah, that would make some sense.
He wasn't just into literature. He was fucking literature. Fucker's the reason we have dwarves as the plural.
Mm-hmm. Well, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure like Tolkien actually probably took a lot of inspiration from Shakespeare, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
because
easily.
like they're both like titans in their respective fields.
Yeah,
particularly from the English language, because like a lot of words that exist in the English
because of
language,
Tolkien and Shakespeare.
more so Shakespeare than Tolkien. But yeah, but like but Tolkien is also such a linguistic nerd that he was like, okay, I'm not necessarily going to expand on the real language of English as much as Shakespeare did, but I'm going to invent multiple fictional languages that are going to have their whole grammatical systems to the point where like they are functional languages if you choose to learn them. Though they are static languages in the sense that, in the same way that like Latin is, because nobody actually grows up learning Elvish or Orcish or Dwarvish or whatever. But like these are languages you can
What was
learn.
the joke? The Lord of the Rings is just a fan fiction for his language.
Yeah, it's linguistic fan fiction.
Like Tolkien was more of a language nerd than he was like the other nerd.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, he.
Fucker was an editor for the dictionary.
Yeah.
No. He didn't edit dictionaries though. He was an editor for the dictionary. Such as when his editor, when he was publishing the books, like, hey, you're using dwarves, not when it's supposed to be dwarfs. Tolkien, fucker, I write the dictionary.
Yeah.
Imagine also the fact that the editor for the dictionary has an editor.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's really more like a proofreader at that point.
Yeah, like here's the thing. It's even if you're really good at what you do, it's always good to have someone else look it over.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because like you could be at the best in the world at something, which I think it would be fair to that. Certainly in his time, Tolkien was probably the best fantasy author in the world.
Yep.
The only comparison might be like C.S. Lewis in that time, and well, he was also literally friends with Tolkien, so you know.
Tolkien is very subtle about his like, what was it? His Christian-inspired allegory, like very subtle things like that, and more like the messaging. C.S. Lewis, what do you mean? Look right here, motherfucker. That line is Jesus. What, you don't see it? Look closer. I spelled it out, fucker.
Yeah, C.S. Lewis was a lot less subtle. I don't even think Tolkien was that subtle, but like it was at least subtle enough that like if you somehow didn't like know the story of the Christian Bible, you probably wouldn't really think much of the Christian allegory there. But
yeah. C.S. Lewis is like, this line is Jesus. Don't you see it? I write it down right here. See? This line is Jesus. Look at the fuzzy Jesus.
like literally it's supposed to be Jesus. And it's like, okay, dude.
C.S. Lewis, praise be fuzzy Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, it's not to say that's bad. It's just not...
It's silly.
It's a little silly. Like, it lacks the subtlety that makes, you know... the better literature.
Look at the fuzzy Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's all good though.
Oh man. Oh my god, we spent like
Yeah.
how long were we were nerding out for 2 hours of a 5-hour stream.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps I should actually
Join the game.
Seriously,
I've literally been running around the ship for 2 hours.
yeah, I've been staring at my fucking. I've just had like fucking unicorn, or not, or technically bicorn. My fucking.
Let a dolphin have fun.
My fucking Zane costume with butt stallion just staring at me from the desert of Pandora.
Can we finally explode shit in Borderlands? Yes, Shardsy, yes
Yeah.
we can.
Yeah, we're finally going to Borderlands.
Enough. We'll end it off on the fuzzy Jesus. On the
Yeah.
The fuzzy Jesus.
There was a thing with a drunken spider ant and a princess. It's a whole thing. Let's get to it.
You see, this is why media literacy is also great, because with media literacy, you can actually have deep conversations like this.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna turn the game up and turn my music down. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Or the quotes must be enabled, and at least one quote was added for this feature to work. Oh, how do I enable quotes? I gotta do that. I say some of the randomest shit sometimes. Quotes. How do I do this?
My favorite customer.
Community? Roles, activity, follower list? No. Content. Let's see. Hold up. Feature.
Don't be a stranger unless you're broke. Then strange away.
Oh, I just remembered something.
Oh, it's a stream elements thing. Okay, I gotta move on to another feature for that, because stream elements are not poggers.
Yeah. I just remembered something that like I meant to mention at the beginning and totally forgot. We didn't have to cover Tuesday last week because Rezdog's cat almost like got lost.
Oh yeah. Last week was okay because Kitty got outside and we had to go search for him.
Yeah. Yeah, and like me and my wife were like initially gonna head over to your place to like help you look, but then like basically as we were getting ready to head over, like you found him, so it's like, oh, well we'll head over anyways because honestly you guys spent over half an hour looking for him. You guys have got to be stressed out, so let's at least like be like good friends and do like emotional comfort and stuff like that.
Yeah, basically we found him because my dad went back to get batteries for his light, and luckily Kitty like had wandered back to our backyard wall.
Yeah.
And now the little fucker wants to go outside all the time because he got out this one time and he wasn't hurt.
Yeah.
Little fucking, he's cocky now.
What a little shit.
You're heading to an outpost called Roland's Rest. Vaughn will be there.
Oh.
Oh.
Is there gonna be a badass loader?
Badass motor. It's a thing on his tombstone.
For now,
Hey, Tannis.
Viridian professors are like vault keys. Everyone wants a piece. Gallows humor aside, a rescue would be quite welcome, as I'm to be tortured and killed for the amusement of a crowd. I still have some tricks up my sleeve, but I fear using them would only change the method of my death.
Yes, we're back on Pandora.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I can never get back the mode of jumping over Piss Wash Gully. Dr. Tannis. No, it's Dr. Tannis talking to us like a ghost. There is a difference.
Mm-hmm. She's talking to us the same way Angel did in Borderlands 2. Is that a Tears of the Kingdom tower in the distance?
How do we get to where we go?
I don't know. Let me look at
Oh,
the
we
map.
have to go all the way around. Okay.
All right.
When the hell did she go? No, she's using technology that does the same thing. She
Yeah.
is a
Yeah. She scienced her way into
siren communication.
Yeah.
She's insanely smart
Yes.
and horny, but she hates human contact. It's very confusing for her.
Yeah.
Pandora. That's the way to Devil's Razor, but you're gonna have to smash through.
She's probably demisexual.
You know what? Probably.
Wish.
This would be funnier in the wheel.
Yeah.
You have distinct like in music here.
I have some music. It's just like kind of not super bombastic or anything. It's just like,
Background music.
yeah. Do you not have any background music?
The big talking mouthpiece. The Calypsos are casting for a new loudmouth. What do you say we interrupt them tryouts with bullets? But first, we need to get you an audition. Go track down the entry requirements.
Oh, now there's music. Okay.
Once we
Yeah.
get you into those
Yeah, it's just
auditions,
not
we'll
like
waste
in your face, you know.
all them
Yeah.
wannabe mouthpieces.
It's artificial magic, like an artificer, essentially.
Yeah, basically.
Ba-da. Righty-on-o. Howdy ho, diddlerinos. Taste the truth.
No, it's taste the truth.
You can't handle the taste of the truth.
It's too salty. That's a lot of sodium.
Those filthy vault thieves murdered our most favorite mouthpiece. So we've got an opening.
Prove your loyalty to earn your place in the auditions. Steal the Hammer Clan's banner. Blow up the War Pig's War Pig. And, I don't know, loot Puttergunk's strongbox.
Bring your special offerings to the Holy Broadcasting Center or we'll kill you on sight. Good luck. Sounds like you know what you gotta do to crash those tryouts. Get to it, Vault Hunter.
That airborne abomination is known as a scrack. Correct nature's mistake and kill it for me.
Correct nature's mistake.
Wait, Scrack imply that Rack and Skags.
Isn't that one of Dr. Zed's experiments?
Yeah, but here's the thing, they're viable because they're obviously reproducing.
Oh no. Dr. Zed. Wait, we haven't seen Zed at all in this game.
Banner's pretty high
No,
up
not
there.
physically either, yeah.
Start climbing.
Remember you? The vault thieves continue to carve a path through your brothers and sisters. Innocent
Hey, Nuss! You got it!
will of their
The Calypsos are broadcasting their auditions live. Let's check it out. Coming at you live from the Holy Broadcasting Center, our first mouthpiece contestant is... Stinkney! Holy hell, what is wrong with your knee?
What the God Queen meant to say is, why do you think you have what it takes to be our new mouthpiece? Because I'm real loud, and I love the God Queen more than anyone. You lie. Gorebox am the God Queen's most devoted follower. I tell you to prove it.
This sounds like
To the death, huh?
40k orcs like fucking competing over over like
My
who's,
rectum?
over who's like the best like war boss or whatever.
Loving it.
Never seen a dislocated ass before.
I don't even want to know what kind of stuff you're gonna find in that weirdo strongbox. Look around. Maybe you can shut off the power somehow.
Let's let me know. Did that one have a bounty? No. You sure?
Hit that generator. I think that got the door open.
I'm gonna go down.
You should be able to raid Puttergun's place now. Not that I envy that task, like, at all.
Next round's on me.
What is... You know what? Never mind. I definitely don't want to know what that is. Ugh. Looks like the Calypsos are broadcasting another...
Doom shotgun, still best shotgun? Yeah.
Okay, let's get this thing moving again.
It's wild how long ago I gave you that.
Yep.
Mouthfeeder named Bargma. So, why should you be our new mouthpiece? What? Are you here to audition to be the next mouthpiece? What?
I'm bored. Someone kill him.
I'll whip you bloody with your own spine!
Now that's the kind of fire we're looking for. But no second chances in showbiz. Finish him.
I just realized the voice actor for the Goliaths
That war
Uh-huh.
pig is fast, amigo. You might need a vehicle to hunt down that hoss.
is also the same voice actor for Torg.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know why it took me till today to realize that.
All set. You got all those audition requirements. Good stuff, VH. Now head to the Holy Broadcast Center. It's showtime.
Didn't I already clear that place out?
Well, yeah. But don't you want to blast some more bandits or what?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Are the evil stream returns falling out of popularity yet? Not that we've noticed. Also, Zed probably died in the fight for Resident Evil DLC things below. Oh yeah, that DLC. We never did do that DLC.
Oh.
And there's
Okay,
another
I didn't know.
audition going out over the Econet.
Well, this guy seems to fit the bill.
Thing is, the Sharzy said probably.
Oh.
The God Queen should
So we don't know.
need a new mouthpiece.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Did you just tell me what I should do? End him now.
What? No! No, I'm sorry! I didn't mean to!
Shame. He sounds like he would have been a good mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Better leave before you get hurt.
All this chaos I unleashed and none of it killed anyone. Sad.
Rip. The hell was that?
Oh, that's my new shotgun. It's more like a sonic boom cannon, but you know.
I need more death for my lungs, salsa!
It's pretty good. Well, Talking Heads need a mouthpiece. I don't know. But I don't know, actually.
That's a good question. Yeah.
Man, they're just outsourcing. Man, they really are streamers. They're just outsourcing their content creation to other people while they keep being talking heads.
Drop your offerings or get blasted.
Nobody does.
Nice offering. Hey, what's your favorite thing about God Queen Tyrene?
I dig her code. Want it.
Me too. The Great Vault beckons. Come on in.
Hey.
What? A vault thief?
God, that is a good shotgun.
What's your deal, big guy?
Well, I look and sound exactly like the last guy.
Sold! Looks like we've got a new mouthpiece! Yay!
I look and sound exactly like the last guy.
I will be your war scream.
Okay, great. First task, kill the Vault Thief. Well, looks like we didn't make it in time to stop the casting, but we can still take out that new mouthpiece.
Got something. We'll want to think twice next time.
Man, I love my ability to just add fire to just random weapons at will. Well, not random weapons, but like just every weapon I have just has some fire.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yes, Shardsy? What is this random question?
Pieces of brain too, if you're fine. You've got enemies and I've got ammo. Shoot more, sharp markers.
Oh, you went in there.
And you will die.
Oh no, you killed a few followers. Woe is me.
Where will we ever find more?
Alright, like everywhere. Doodles!
Stupid kids.
Man, those two are like bar kid
I
larvae.
don't know, that's all Zane has to say about that.
Seriously. You know, I heard that mouthpiece fella kept a stash somewhere near his organ. Maybe give them keys a tickle and see what happens.
Is there a reason why we can't just storm the front lawn of the evil streamer twins? I mean, that'd be a power vacuum of any kind.
I mean, I guess.
Do they have a front lawn?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like it's not like they're being idle.
Ooh, secret stashes and stuff. Sweet. Look around.
Like they're trying to achieve their goals too. So it's kind of just like a matter of trying
We
to
are the
catch up.
Calypso twins, now sponsored by HelloFresh.
Sponsored by Rage Shadow Legends. Because of course they are. You think they would be sponsored by the IDF?
Probably.
Yeah, I bet they would. I bet they would make TikTok videos for the IDF.
Just because it'd mean more chaos.
Yeah.
Also, my freaking robot's still just an I win button.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, no, like honestly, the twins seem like a bit of a pushover, especially with how they're depicted, which honestly makes their like plot armor more frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm just like, I'm not entirely sure what the writers were going for. Or at least, like, like, if they were going for something more clever, I don't know what that more clever thing would be, because it's not clever right now. And it's weird because it seems like almost exclusively the Calypso twins are that bad. Because, like we had Aurelia in this game, and, like, we had a whole arc about her, and, like, she was actually done pretty well. You know, I'm a little, personally, I'm a little bit sad that she's dead, because, god damn it, this game killed my previous two characters that I've played, but, like, but, you know, that's more of a personal salt. It's not, like, an actual objection to the story, because, like, they did justice by Aurelia's character, as far as I'm concerned. They didn't, like, do any character assassination. She acted in character, and she took initiative. Like, she didn't just stand idly by to let us kill her. Like, literally, Hammerlock's, like, Sir Hammerlock tried to make, like, like, an emotional plea to her, and her response was fucking shooting him. Like, interrupting his sentence, too. And, like, I love that, actually.
That's all. Keep crewing, crew.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is what, Ice-T?
Oh yeah, Ice-T. Yeah, we're flying inside of Ice-T now.
Yeah.
Nice audition. You know, sometimes the best way to shut someone up is to shoot them in the face. Good work, VH.
Finger gun.
Hey, I leveled.
Okay.
Yay. I'm level 40 now.
You remember how Hyperion made Jack look like, oh yeah, made him look like a hero and all that, like that propaganda?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go harder into that, to the more propaganda aspect of these two. It's like, they're literally social media influencers, how have they not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's like, I'm not sure if the writers really had a solid idea, actually, about what they wanted to do thematically with the Calypso twins. Because it seems that whatever idea they had is just so poorly executed, it's not even being, like, properly conveyed. The best I guess I could have is that it's just trying to be a critique of, like, the shallowness of certain, you know, people online, like the types of people who would unironically refer to themselves as influencers, you know?
Our final battle with, what's her face? The Calypso, one of the Calypso twins, what's her face, will be on a bridge. And she's gonna ruin her entire reputation on that bridge.
That took a second to click in my brain, but once it clicked, I knew. Oh my god. Troy's like, no, Tyrene, don't say the gamer word. I'ma do it anyways.
I gotta say, the idea of, like, the murder, the torture murder, the magic cannibalism, it's like, all of that everyone's okay with, but then they draw the line there.
Yo, you can't call people that, dude. That's super not okay.
the murder, the torture, murder, and then
Heck, reunion! Last time we were all here, I plucked your firehawk and left her on the ground like a
and then I totally
snack.
murdered your siren friend. The blue-haired one? I can't remember her name. I want to say Martha? Meg? Ah, whatever.
Martha's such a curse name now.
You're science nerd too.
it is Martha.
The guild is in tatters and splatters and whatnot.
Gonna be gone soon. Later, bitches.
Like,
We have Zack Snyder to thank for that.
yeah, I can't believe Zack Snyder single-handedly cursed the name Martha for like a generation.
I want to think twice next time. You should back away.
You got the feel for some new wheels?
You would have loved. Charles, you would have loved to see him be like Masters of Media, where they make themselves look like heroes and constantly trick people and turn them into your enemies. Ah, yes.
Yeah.
That would have been more. That would have been more compelling.
Well, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of ways you could. It makes me wonder if maybe there was like, if maybe there was some disagreement about like where to take the idea of the Calypso twins, and like they ultimately never really settled on something, and that's why it kind of sucks. Because that does happen in like storytelling a lot, where like you have a bunch of writers in a room and they just can't agree on what needs to be done with like certain characters, and so they kind of end up doing like something that's like a mix of all of those, but then it's just so weak and bleh because of that, where it kind of loses the meaning of what they were all going for. Because like you do, especially with characters of this much focus, like you have to be like really driving home a point. And you can probably drive home a few points when it's like a character that has this much time, you know? But like you still have to be pretty decisive. And do we want to do any of these on the bounty board? Or do we
Oh,
not?
I sell all this stuff.
Bullets and bombs. You know,
Oh, that's a freaking delivery thing. Okay.
If you're hearing this, the job is yours. I don't care who you are. I just need someone to take my jackass of a pappy on a drive round for the errands. But mostly just to get him out of my hair for a minute. Come
Okay.
on to my place and pick him up.
Okay.
Let's be pressed. Another 7-year-old job to do. The Lord of Skags needs your help freeing Pandora from the tyranny of Unfack or whatever. Go see if he still needs help.
I think like what they should have done with the Calypso twins in terms of like their dialogue is like have like you could have a lot of the same type of cringy dialogue that they have already for like their public personas, but I think when they directly talk to you, they should be much more like honest, I guess, like and kind of portray that like what they're doing is what they're projecting is a facade and it's a fake personality, and then when they're talking to you, they're much more sinister, they're much more cunning, they're actually self-aware, you know.
If it was cool.
The problem is that they talk to you directly the same way they kind of talk to like the audience, and so it kind of just comes off like they lack the self-awareness to be clever villains, right? And like I don't know, I feel like because like if you look at like Handsome Jack, for example, there was this difference between how he talked to you and what the Hyperion propaganda was, because he was very cold and heartless in direct confrontations with you, but in the Hyperion propaganda he's like this good-natured hero of Pandora that's like wants you to be a good person and sets a good example for the kiddos, you know.
The Unfack is somewhere inside. Careful, there's COB swarming all over the place.
And so they did something kind of similar to that with the Calypsos, where it's like this like difference between how they project themselves and how they actually are, then that might work better. It would certainly be a better commentary about the, you know,
nature of streamers.
yeah. Because like one of the things I made a point of when I started streaming was to be very, very honest with with myself here, like because it's like, and I do say with myself for a reason here, because it's like being honest with you guys is also me being honest with myself about a lot of things, right? And that doesn't mean I share everything, right? But it because like, you know, don't be stupid, like, and not everything needs to be shared, but like. I'd rather use my platform on Twitch and YouTube to the extent that that exists as a way to help keep myself in check. I'd rather have my viewers keep me in check than like have them be these like cultish followers, right?
Even more evil than I imagined. Crush rate that thing and I can finally get my connection speeds back up.
Because I think people really need more genuine connections in life, and I think people find it so appealing when there's when they encounter someone being genuine in like a public setting, because like you so rarely get that. People are so often trying to manipulate others or like gaslight them or just lie about things or hide the truth about stuff. And people need to be a little bit more honest with each other and with themselves. And so I made a promise very early on in my streaming career that like, hey, you're always going to get a real version of me. If I'm upset about some shit, you're going to see me get upset about some shit. If I'm overjoyed by shit, I want to let myself be overjoyed. If I'm unsure about something, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm really not so sure about this. And so, like, and this is, like, I think especially true when I talk about, like, political stuff, where it's, like, you know, I want you guys to know that, like, when I'm sharing my thoughts about, like, something like Palestine, for example, that you're getting, like, a real person's opinions about this, and you're not just getting, like, some, like, copy-paste propaganda bullshit, you know?
I love my model whiplash. Ah, yes, throwing shit at me.
Yeah. Wait, are we gonna shit?
Power of memes.
Are we gonna shit post them to death?
Yes, yes, we are.
Okay. Become a crab. Okay.
Ah, yes. What was it called? Carcerus something? I forgot what it was called.
An antimatter baby? Meme bomb. Okay. Okay. Firewall has fallen.
Who's won?
Probably Tokeshige.
But as long as we have dank memes, we are free. Lord of Skags signing off.
As long as we have memes.
That was a little bit of fun.
Sharzan just doing it to get attention like a small child throwing shit at me. Yeah, now I'm just thinking of, you know, I just like suddenly had a memory of Lilo and Stitch. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching her. She's touching me.
Yeah, it's just how kids are,
This is how the kids are.
especially siblings.
Yes, especially.
Yeah, that movie actually gets siblings very well. Hey, there's a guy just twirling a sign here.
Is it for the Dynasty Burgers?
Dynasty Diner, yeah.
So, full disclosure, Vault Hunter, I was never gonna go back to pro gaming. I aged out. I'm not 14 anymore. Gotta grow up sometime. Nowadays, I make my living mining Becco wafers. It's a crypto coin, you know? A big, pretty cool.
Oh
I don't have
no.
time to explain how it works, but now that my bandwidth is straight up bad,
Not a
I'm gonna be
crypto,
freaking
bro.
rich.
Oh
Thanks,
no.
Vault Hunter. So much freaking money on crypto coin. So hey, how about you take all this stupid paper money? I'm certainly not gonna need it anymore.
Whatever you say. He's gonna go broke, isn't he?
Probably. Oh, hey, it's a statue of Roland. Where's the statue of the badass loader? There's only one way to make money with crypto coin, and it's to scam others into buying yours. Yeah, but actually, though,
Yeah, no, literally.
it is literally just like the whole thing is a fucking scam.
Crypto coin is just. It's just it's either a scam or it's money laundering with extra steps.
Which is also a scam.
Yeah.
Did you? Why are there two? I'm confused, so I must destroy it.
You here for the job? Good. It's about damn time somebody came by for it. Well, the jackass is in the car over there. Go ahead and take him round till he quits yapping.
Wow, the tan your hide just like when you was a young'un. You were a mistake then, and you're still a mistake now.
Pull out game week.
You rotten old bastard! Bring him back to me after
What are
his
you
errand.
at?
Or don't. Might be doing me a favor.
That feels really weird on my hair. Should I do it?
I don't know who you are, but you're clearly a turd taco dough and a stank-ass tortilla. Who needs
Yeah, he says
Not me,
tortilla.
that's for damn sure. Now get to driving. And don't drive like a maniac. You hear me, you walking pit stain? Oh, keep on your yapping, puppy. I'll do you what for. Like I care what you think. I bet Lizzie would be happier than a skag in scat if I never came back at all. If you keep me alive, I'll make sure you get your money.
Is there an option to let him die?
I don't know.
Now get to killing, you useless crap factory! See, I make me a suppository out of them milk pods. Helps keep me regular.
A
You
milky
do want me
bishop.
to be regular, don't ya?
I do not recommend milking your bishop.
They'll ask you first. Usually.
Could you kill me?
Whoa!
Or you wet hemorrhoid? I ain't getting any younger.
The universe didn't like me saying that.
Yeah, so I was like, is that God? Is God scolding you?
Usually.
Building log cabins in my colon. Could use a mudslide to put 'em out of business. Now I'm meeting up with a trader to make a deal on his prize coin collection. What the hell are you waiting for?
And before this coin collector sells Bitcoin.
Friggin' puss rag.
Bitcoin is when you buy a coin as a bit. Yo, what if we infected this fake money and convinced people it was real money as a bit? And we called it Bitcoin because fuck them.
Want to know why Bitcoin sucks? You can't Scrooge McDuck it.
Your empty friggin' head. I can smell that sniveling coin trading pile of crotch rot from a mile away. Go find them.
Yeah, that's a lot. NFTs are also fucking pointless. That's just like even more like art.
Yeah.
That's literally just like freaking art. What's it? Money laundering all over again.
Looks like the bandits got him, which means I don't have to pay for the coins. All right, new plan, you taint liquor. Head into that bandit camp and get that coin collection. You got a death wish? I live for this! I'd call this a successful operation.
Worthless rare coin. Feds learns. Why can't people freaking launder money with like mattress stores and casinos like the old times? God, the amount of anti-money laundering training I got at work, and then just combined with like, everyone like, this is literally just money laundering. Like I saw like NFTs and crypto coins take out like, this is just money laundering with extra steps. And here's the thing, our anti-money laundering training isn't even that thorough. It's really basic, and it's just like, wow.
I'd rather listen to an all-rack metal band than those propaganda
An all-rack metal band? Huh.
Yes! Now bring them coins on back to Pappy and we'll get a move on. Hurry up, Grundle Sweat. Ain't got all day. This son of a bitch dentist stole my good dentures and I want them back. Said he wanted extra teeth for his teeth or some bandit nonsense. Get me them.
More teeth per teeth.
Here at Bandit Co., we chew with the whole tooth.
Slow the hell down, you bucket of syphilitic piss!
How many insults does this guy have?
Oh my god. That was actually a really good one.
They want their teeth. Dental Dan's Mouth House? That's one way to call a dentist.
Knock on the damn door already and get that son of a bitch out here.
What do you want?
Pappy needs his dentures.
I don't know what the flaming crap you're talking about.
No, his teeth. Take his teeth, you maggot-infested foreskin.
Nobody's taking my
What the
teeth.
fuck?
Pick up them teeth. I needs them.
Wow.
Say pick it up, you pick it up.
You exploded him in the time it took for my one shot to charge.
Now get over here and take me home. I said now. Don't expect me to get all sappy and go off thanking you.
Happy ending dentistry.
Shit dip tortilla chip.
No head?
Go ahead.
Oh, he's certainly not getting any head.
Would you slow down already? This ain't some kind of death race.
It is
I can
now.
make it one.
Slow the hell down, you bucket of syphilitic piss! Don't make me take that wheel away from you, friggin' puss rag! Now get out of my car, you truckin' idiot! Hey, Lizzie, give them all that money I keep beneath the mattress.
Won't let me break his car.
He's back in one piece. Hooray. Thanks for getting him out of here for a bit. Even if it was only a few minutes of peace and quiet, it was blissful. Here's Pappy's cash stash for ya.
I keep hating you from hell.
Okay. He's like Cotton.
Fresh targets over
From Cotton Hill.
King of the Hill.
Yeah, yeah.
Freaking Khan uses spite around his death to motivate Peggy to learn to walk again.
I love killing bugs with rainbows.
Rainbows make me cry.
You want to cry?
He uses a meteor swarm on a single baby bug.
Full less energy right there.
Oh, I can't drive it out either. Anyways, guys, you're gonna be finding a druid boss in the next encounter. Just bring up the list. Was it character sheet?
I see Celeste. I immediately start panic. Everyone else, what's going on? Like you don't know the terrible power he's unleashing against us.
And here's the biggest part. No, I'm not dropping her stats for normal 5e.
Oh god. Yeah, no, we'd be fucked.
Sonia doesn't know. Celeste is like a name of one of my druids. Like the name of my druid. I don't have any others, but like, what was it? One of my druid characters. And so they're playing in that system. We started with 5e, but we kind of Frankensteined on so many other mechanics on there, and now the balance is completely different. Such as the fact that you get, every time you level, you get 3 attribute points every single time you level.
I think it was just 2, but no, I did give you 3. You're right.
Yeah, it was 3. Because in the ASI, also gives us like another like good bit.
Yeah. I remember.
So yeah, it's 3 every single time you level. So like you can actually raise a stat by +1 every single time you level potentially. Thing is though, I also min-max this druid to high hell and back.
Oh yeah.
Like they have below 10 strength, still at level what? 10? 11? Or is it
you guys are now level 10. I don't know if you ever finalized your level 10 stats, by the way.
Anyways, they're 10th level at the moment, but because of that, and because of the stat bonuses and the way we do in that system, that druid has +10 to intelligence and +10 to wisdom.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a system
with no magic items affecting that.
Yeah, this was a I was experimenting with ways to basically let numbers get a bit crazy so that you can engage in power fantasy a bit more. But I also learned, wow, managing that power fantasy is a pain in the ass sometimes.
Oh my god, I just realized a way to make a high-level boss fight. Bring in like carbon copies of our party, but they operate on that system's rules.
Oof.
So yeah, no, our system actually that we created ended up being more similar to Pathfinder 2nd edition, ironically enough.
Yeah, no, but yeah, and this was before Pathfinder 2 came out, by the way.
We created it, and they're like, damn, there's like no other tabletop system we know of that operates like this. Pathfinder 2 launches like a couple years into our campaign. Oh, hi.
Yeah, so we might do Pathfinder at some point because of that.
Maybe. Oh my god, the Pectoral Liberation Alliance, aka the PLA.
Anyway, I'm glad you came along. It has been hell defending this place since Calypso snatched our turrets with his crazy powers. I love those turrets.
Oh my god.
Okay, Lilith says
look.
to save Tannis. Now, if Carnivora
I know the bunny. And then
oh my god, that's so cute.
Who the hell is Carnivora?
No, it's not a who, it's a what. Carnivora is a giant festival run by 2 murder streamers named Pain and Terror. You can find it in the Splinterlands, bro.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
Popular Calypso fan stream in the galaxy, bro. Pain and Terror take kill requests non-stop in the name of the Calypsos in a 4-5
Free the nip.
Anyway, I can help
you. You know what? You say that, and I'm wondering, it's like if someone drops a couple gift subs, I'll totally give you a preview of the model that's being worked on.
We'll get her out, Commander. No soldier left behind.
Charzy, do you all think the Flanderization of original characters is a good trade-off for the new characters in Dragon Ball? Sin does not have enough reference for that particular question because he doesn't watch Dragon Ball. In my case, I think... Well, here's the thing. I grew up around Dragon Ball Z, so they're already Flanderized, like Master Roshi, Yajirobe, and like a lot of those other really classic Dragon Ball characters. So I actually, most of my my memory, living memory, is mostly with the Flanderized versions of the Dragon Ball characters, or absence thereof, because people like Launch are only seeing for like a little bit. And you know what? When I see some of these new characters in like post Z, so like, hell, even GT and like, you know, Super and all that, I think the new characters are pretty damn fucking good, actually. I like them. Hit is fucking badass. And I do like the dynamic of Beerus. I think he's an interesting character, whereas like in other pizza media, he would just be like a generic ass villain. But reality, it's like it's interesting seeing how he like his role as a god of destruction is literally just it's a job. It's a job. Whis is fun, yes. Whis is fun.
The first Vault Hunter. Sadly, he disappeared decades ago while seeking the Iridian homeworld.
Motherfucker! God damn you, Foggy!
What'd he do?
You know how I jokingly said is like, well, speaking of free the nip, I'll give you a preview of the new model if someone drops in gift subs.
Oh. Oh.
Hold up, let me get the files sorted out. Damn it, where the hell is my chat with her so I can get the model? Because I currently have like a really old in progress version of the model, so like okay, that's that one. Oh yeah. Okay. So I found a screenshot that my artist had sent me, the one who created the model. So I'm gonna send this to myself and rename it because I forgot she knows me by my real name, not my streamer name. So her file structure, I need to rename this file.
Here, let me
Hold up. Bring up the folder. Move that, then DM it to no. Hold up. Do a different Discord where I keep random stuff. Okay, I think I have it ready.
Did my encoder just crash?
Oh shit, let me bring up your stream.
Am I?
You're still going.
I'm still going? Okay.
Yeah, I saw you moving and everything. I see your screen. Yeah, you're still going.
Oh, jeez. Okay, I just got a sound. Oh, no, don't go offline. Don't go offline. Okay, so maybe my encoder might have gotten confused because I was about to change the scene and maybe Foggy subscribed at that same time and that confused the encoder. Thank you for subscribing, Foggy. I appreciate you.
Anyways, here's a preview of one outfit of the new model. Everybody, one new outfit.
All right. So what I was trying to do here was change capture to be the monitor so I could bring Rezdog's stream over here. If Chrome
and
would
here
cooperate.
You fucking go. A preview of the upcoming model that is currently in the process of being rigged. This is a preview of one outfit. Mostly naked. You gotta keep cool in the desert.
Yeah, but you also gotta like protect your skin from the sun. But you know. But I digress.
True. Also, a bit of a fun fact. Also, that was a hilarious thing. I actually found out a thing that actually that has historical precedent with certain things. Apparently, like I think it was recorded like some of the picked warriors that actually just go in naked, and that ironically would help them, not because of like protection, but the case if they did get injured, they're not getting plant fibers and cloth and clothing into the wound, which actually lowered the likelihood of infection. It's one of those weird things where it's like it's better to have armor on, but that's like, oh, there actually is a little bit of benefit to being naked.
Yeah, no, I mean it's the meta was a bit different here.
The combat meta is different.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, here's a little bit of a preview here.
Yeah. In fact,
the
actually,
model is currently in the process of being rigged.
One of the big things that's very different about the war meta of the Americas versus like Europe, for example, had a lot to do with the availability of surface metals.
Yep.
Because in
Funny
Europe,
enough, the warfare technology here in the Americas at the time, even during contact, was actually very fucking sophisticated. The meta was very different, though.
Yes, but in the Americas, you didn't really have a whole lot of easily available surface metals like you did in Europe. So they never really developed, the more
Advanced metal tools and metal weapons.
Yeah, so
metal was very rare.
Yeah, so you didn't see major advancements in armor. Like you didn't have like plate armor in the Americas, for example, because of that. Even though like by the time the Europeans made contact, they were already advancing to the point where plate armor needed to be scaled back just because mobility was becoming more important. And
mobility was the better way to be defensive.
They still wore plate armor over their vitals, but they no longer covered their entire body with it because when guns exist,
it's better to focus the weight in the one single area.
Yes, because these early firearms and the bullets that they fired were not super good at penetrating armor. Like they could penetrate plate armor, but like a grazing shot would probably bounce off your armor if
it was a case of like if it saved you, you're very lucky, and the chance of it saving you were high enough it could justify the cost.
Yeah, and in this scenario, you get into a melee scrap. Hey, you have some armor. Like
it's funny actually. There's records of conquistadors just adopting and repurposing like captured armor from like the natives in the area because it was just better for what the current purpose was.
Yeah.
Because the way their armor was structured is they would have really lightweight clothing actually on, and then they would have really heavy metal cuirasses. But in South America, especially when they're campaigning down there, a lot of the time the environment combined with their metal cuirasses is just like a case of like, this is literally too fucking heavy and too fucking hot.
Mm-hmm.
And so they ended up adopting, like, either adapting or like utilizing captured material, war material in the form of like the Aztecs armor, which was just like basically just surprisingly really fucking advanced gambeson that was just like reinforced with like wood for structure.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing about like the Aztec gambeson, it could stop Spanish steel.
Gambesons are actually shockingly effective.
And it's the funny thing, a lot of people are like, wait, if like steel, like Spanish was so advanced, how could Aztec gambeson, who never encountered metallic weapons, like be like designed with that in mind? It wasn't designed with in mind. It was designed with actually weapons that were even more vicious than steel at cutting. Obsidian edged weapons.
Mm-hmm.
If it could stop obsidian edged weapons, it could stop steel edges, no problem.
Yeah, no, obsidian's actually insanely sharp. It's actually
It's
very
just brittle.
It's actually very dangerous to work with obsidian because of that, because as you're like shaping something, the little shards could easily cut you.
And here's the thing, sometimes those cuts could be so fine, your body has trouble healing them.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's something you got to be very careful with if you're ever working with it. But you can make some really cool stuff with obsidian.
Oh, H-Kills, did you see the model preview? I see possible late thanks to the Great Foggy. Very much a yeehaw. You know what? I think I'll post the preview up to Twitter since Foggy was so gracious as to give some of their hard-earned money.
Yeah, you can also post
it. Possibly not hard-earned. For all I know, they just knocked over a liquor store. But I like to think my audience is better than that.
You can also post it in Discord as well.
True.
Oh my god, the spin I got on that rack. Wow.
Shardzy, you really think wrong. Ah yes, Shardzy is a professional baby punter. Emphasize professional. Does that have something to do with nipples? Yes. Yes it does, H-Kills.
Lion! Boom!
Wait, are we finally back in the... Nah. I swear, every single Borderlands game has to go to Firestone at one point or another. This doesn't look like... Nah, this is Firestone.
No.
By the power of nipples, be subbed with Yi. top ranked professional baby punter. Thank you. You know, for some reason, I'm now just remembering the gag at the end of, what's it? The super duper cut of Deadpool. Well, he goes back in time and it's like literally a baby Hitler. He's like about to shoot. He's like, no, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. Picks up baby Hitler and starts like, you know, coddling him and like whatnot. He's like, you're going to be a terrible person when you grow up.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing about time travel and killing baby Hitler. You won't be known as the person who killed Hitler. You'll be known as the person who killed a fucking baby.
Mm-hmm. Also, it's fairly likely there would be some equivalent to the Hitler and the Nazi Party in Germany anyways. Because you're not actually fundamentally changing the economic conditions of Germany.
Yep. The conditions that created Hitler would still exist.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the best way to avert World War II is to probably actually make the Treaty of Versailles less punitive against the German people.
That's a big one. There's other things too, but yeah, that would be the big one.
Time police end up protecting baby Hitler. Goes to go after baby Hitler. What was it? Not Miles. Freaking. Was it Spider-Man 2099? No, it's a canon event.
You don't understand. If you kill baby Hitler, we will get nuclear Gandhi.
Nuclear Gandhi.
You think the Civ games were joking? No, it's a prophecy.
You know, it's kind of crazy how they're like Hitler actually did legit receive a letter from Gandhi urging him to, what was it, not go to war.
I mean,
or actually, no, urging him to end, end at Poland. I think it was like right after Poland happened. He's like, Gandhi was like, hey, please, just don't go any further. Stop the bloodshed. Like Gandhi actually did right to Hitler. Now we all know what happened, but it's weird when history, like, we realize historical figures intersect quite a bit.
I mean, yeah,
Gandhi, stop!
They were both influential in the same time period, so.
Also, another not very fun fact, but Martin Luther King Jr. and Anne Frank were born the same year.
Yep. I was starting laughing at one of my YouTubers. He did a video about the Martin Luther King assassination, and it's filled with a lot of like, allegedly, in the sense of the FBI did it. But he's like winking like, we all know the FBI did it. I mean, we could say with certainty the FBI did encourage Martin Luther King Jr. to kill himself.
Yeah, it's like, yep. I appreciate him basically calling out the feds, but not in the way they could legally repercuss against him. Because that could be considered slander.
I got a good feeling about this.
Yeah, I guess that's why it's a lot of cases, like a lot of stuff where it's like accusatory is always allegedly. That weird legal ramification.
Yeah.
Like how OJ allegedly did it.
Yeah. I mean, he fucking did, but like...
Yeah, he fucking did.
Like, I am so sure of that.
He fucking did it.
Like,
here's the thing, though. Legally, you have to say allegedly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can say that because we're not, like, it... Because us saying that is not going to actually lead to any damages, financial or emotional damages for O.J. Simpson, because chances are he's not even going to hear us say this. So, like,
yeah, but you know what I mean, though. It's like, if you do it in a capacity that's actually meaningful, you have to say allegedly.
Mm-hmm. And even then, depending on the situation, that might not be considered enough.
Yep. I still love the family of, what was it, the victim? How they published a book that literally just said, I did it, because they actually own the rights to that. And thing is, though, because legally they can't say he did it, in very tiny text, It's like says like how I would have done it.
Yeah.
So long, COV radio. I think that deserves a shot on me. Keep this up and I'll upgrade you to a
Where's
shot
the sound?
off me.
Oh, there he was. I hate it when I like see something on like an enemy on the mini map. I'm like, where the fuck is he?
H-Kills, and if you didn't try, they offed a lot of people. No, H-Kills could get away with it because he's Japanese. But I don't know if we have an extradition policy for that particular thing. Wait, do we have an extradition thing?
I mean, I guess if H-Kills got serious, like hit something big enough, then yeah, we might do that. Because like we have an extradition thing with Julian Assange, who is Australian and being held in the UK. Oh, and by the way, free Assange, because his only crime is exposing U.S. war crimes.
Okay, never mind. H-Kills, be careful. We do have an extradition treaty with Japan. Since 1886, apparently.
Wow.
We need to do copious amounts of silly trolling for the FBI to be able to take action, but therefore I do not necessarily know allegedly. H-Kills, you would have to build another doohickey. There's fish people side of the Lincoln statue. Politicians named Abe, 0. Doohickeys, 2. Hey, do you think if you name someone Abe, they automatically like, what was it, lose like some HP in their health in their head zone?
I think it's more that they're more vulnerable to.
Their headshot crit multiplier is higher.
Well, yeah. It's like basically like they're more vulnerable to critical attacks, which means that if they become a politician, assassination attempts against them are apparently a lot more potent.
They have a -4 to what was it, dexterity saving throws. Headshots are always critical. Are they moist? Now, if you headshot a mummy, it would be moist.
True.
You know what? Considering her proximity, is it ironically a good thing that Jackie wore pink that day?
It's like a murder circus.
Yep, that's the one. Little heads up though, Carnivora is super exclusive. Only the most dedicated followers get in.
How long did it take you to get it?
No, I got it pretty quickly. It's just... that was bad.
Crack on!
I may have irradiated our car.
It'll be fine.
This is fine. Actually, it is.
Was Lincoln a sneak critical? It's kind of nuts though. Like people are like, how the hell did like Wilkes Booth get so close to the president? Remember, John Wilkes Booth was like a pretty well-known celebrity at the time.
Also, the Secret Service had not yet been created, though it was.
It would be created hours later.
Yeah, it was already in the process to be made, but it just wasn't in place just yet.
But yeah, Secret Service didn't get invented yet, and also like, freaking Wilkes Booth was a high-tier celebrity at the time.
Mm-hmm.
DJ Dead Skag.
But you've slowed him to a stop. A silence descends.
Whoa, that is cool.
What?
Look at this contact grenade I got off of DJ Dead Skag.
Whoa. That's pretty dope.
It does less damage overall compared to my current pass grenade, my fireball grenade, but like, I think that just covers way more area.
Yeah, so you might actually end up doing more damage with it as long as the damage is not massively less, which it shouldn't be.
Paul's the one to settle up on these neighborly disagreements. He's just got to wait with people.
Paul must have been strapped at all times too.
Apparently.
And it implies he's done it multiple times. He must have actually been a good gunfighter then. When you got Pandoran neighbors, you better be good with the blicky.
Basically is an ANCAP hellscape, isn't it?
Yep.
You are too kind, dearie, returning those parts to us. If it ain't too much trouble, would you mind reinstalling them? My hip's been acting up ever since I tweaked it hauling that reactor core up a flight of stairs.
She looks a lot younger than she sounds.
Which is cooler, Super Saiyan 4 or Ultra Instinct?
Good fences make good neighbors.
And electrified fences make well-behaved neighbors.
Fuzzy Monkey was really cool. Like, I'll admit, GT was overall a mess series overall. Like, I enjoyed parts of it, but like, Super Saiyan 4 was badass. And honestly, it's just really cool seeing that evolution though, because Super Saiyan 4, as shown in GT, was like more of an expression of like the Saiyan wild side, because it was like dependent on them like basically like taking aspects of the Uzaru into themselves. Charzy, look at the fuzzy Jesus.
The creek's been dry nearly a week now, and let me tell you, the fuel rods need a cooling, and the Vark root needs a watering. Paul ran off into the canyon to get them waters flowing again, but I ain't seen hide or hair of him. Go get the water running, will you, dearie? I'm not too worried about Paul. He's always getting himself into trouble. I like that about him. He's like the firewater in my iced tea, or the proton bombardment on my bismuth.
Oh, is that the kind of thing you're into?
Well, sure it is, dearie. How the heck else you gonna get polonium-209?
Okay.
Take care of yourself out
Those donuts are kinky as fuck.
Hydrated and watch your step for loose rocks. Don't want to twist anything.
Oh, we go to the right.
And beware vermilingua, thick of quill and ravenous of maw.
Those two are kinky as fuck. Then again, the amount of times you see really nerdy people who are also kinky actually overlaps quite a bit.
True. Especially when you're talking about the true nerds, which are religious people.
That Venn diagram is almost a fucking circle. And if they say otherwise, they're lying.
Yeah.
Project Divinity, Return to Monkey. Everyone should have tails. God Path really wore markings like the hair dye. You know what? Markings would have been actually a cool way to denote it, even if just very simple ones.
You are nearing a historical marker of Typhon de Leon, the first Vault Hunter. Sadly, he disappeared decades ago while seeking the Iridian homeworld. I am eager to acquire any information Typhon de Leon left behind.
What I will say though, was it?
Vegas shot my ship down.
The fucking song for the Ultra Instinct reveal is fucking badass and hype. I love it.
Looking up at the stars and wondering, why would the Iridians come to Pandora anyway? They're supposed to be the smartest in the universe. They built the vaults. That don't make no sense. I'm a turn pile of lime, I tell myself. I'm gonna find those Iridians and I'm gonna get some answers. Air! Oh, sweet unbelched air.
What? You want to die in the dirt?
Oh, thank you. Ordinarily, I don't take too well to strange visitors trespassing on our land, but given your fine timing, I truly appreciate the rescue.
Ma sent me. What the hell were you doing in that skag?
I must confess my ingested state was self-inflicted. That hungry devil ate all my dynamite, so I dove right down its gullet. I didn't see my dynamite on my pilgrimage through its insides, so I reckon the devil must have pooped or puked it out. Same thing for a skag. If you're here to help, get to digging around in them scat piles, visitor.
Man, guy's a mad lad.
Yeah.
This damn excrement's been keeping the crop waters from reaching our humble homestead. Now we got all the dynamite, we can set about undoing Vermalingua's mighty works. Stick them implements of destruction right there in the offended center mass. Finely placed. An eye for demolition on you, visitor. Now, sink the plunger and blow that poop dam straight to perdition.
Poop cloud. Now there is a first.
From the fires of destruction flow the waters of life. A fine job, visitor. Now, I seem to have lost my watch while on my intestinal pilgrimage. Go and let
Intestinal
Ma know I'm in
pilgrimage,
town,
okay.
though I reckon the stench of our victory may have already wafted her way.
Goku fan slander as Goku even more to oblivion. I think Dragon will turn into something like Star Wars side content like games and stuff is where the real fun is. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, Shardsy. I would not be surprised.
Paul got himself ate by a skag again, didn't he? Well, I can hardly complain when I've got running water flowing to my crops and rods, can I? Homestead's better than ever. Here's something to pay for your dry cleaning, dearie. Oh, and I think Paul's got one more job for you when you got the time.
No questions asked. Ammo! Without it, you're just a schmuck with a paperweight. I used to have one just like that. You'll be back.
Oh yeah. Dragon Ball Sparking. Oh, I forgot that's gonna be a thing.
Sparkly Dragon Balls.
Sparkly D's Dragon Nuts.
Hi, visitor! Them pilfering devils out in the Splinter Lands won't be happy that you so kindly returned what they stole. They'll be back to take more than spare parts next time. Now, I'm quick with the knife, but we need a little more hellfire for what I believe is coming our way. I think it's time to wake Bessie.
Bessie.
Bessie?
You and Mose at the same time.
Ma and I, well, we each got our virtues, as well as our sins. I reckon we put just about everything of both into Bessie. Go on, visitor. Start her up.
Okay.
Aw, you know Bessie's a fussy girl. Watch minds of her logic echelon need a complex blend of fuel, precisely mixed.
Ma's right. Visitor, you just gotta open the valves in the right order. Hop on up.
That's got the colloidal cobalt flowing. Next valve's across the way. See it? Big Donnie, I've received your echoes, but I must decline. That'll be the quantum brine. Next one's tight, dearie. Might have to knock it loose.
Good fortunes. You didn't set off the night fire oil. Last valve's up top, visitor.
How did these two like do all this?
I know, right? Like, we're literally having to use our parkour things. I fell because I suck at platforming. Like,
Damn it, I fell.
wait, actually, how do you get up there? Oh, for fuck's sake.
And finally,
Got it.
flat cherry cola. Bessie's got everything she needs. Ascend to the roof and power her up.
Oh, I'm still gonna go to the roof.
Can't talk about the Star Wars sequels. It would be like beating a dead horse. No, you're gonna get me and Sin to start beating the dead horse too.
Yeah, we've already got on a few rants about that.
We beat that horse till it died. Then we beat the dead horse while it was dead. Then we buried it. Then we dug the horse back up, and then we beat it some more.
Yeah.
You and Bessie go and ask them nicely to leave, would you?
Though I do think the way we beat the horse is different than how most people beat it.
Ah, that's Bessie.
I see.
The only good thing to come out of the fucking sequels is the live slug reaction.
I don't even remember this live slug reaction.
It's a meme that came out of it.
Well, yeah, but I just don't remember that.
Or the spinning traitor!
Oh yeah, that's right. That was actually kind of fun. Well, it wasn't like the sequels were all bad. I mean, you and I actually... We had a whole rant where we started it by talking about like why Last Jedi was actually good, and then continued to go on to explain why the sequel trilogy still sucks ass, though.
Finn, my dog, they did him so dirty!
The homestead's safe. Visitor, come by the porch.
My goddamn, they did my boy Finn dirty. John Boyega deserved better.
Our humble
Yeah.
homestead is both preserved and replenished, and we have you to thank for that.
You really didn't need to go out of your way for us, dearie. But me, Pa, and Bessie want to thank you for all your help. And you'll always be welcome at the homestead.
Pa's rifle. How do you? Oh, it's an electric. Oh, it's an electric Jake. Oh, it's an elemental Jacobs. That's weird.
That is pretty unusual. He'd want you to have it. His damage is pretty good. Thing is, I don't think it. I mean, this might be a rifle worth holding on to, perhaps. I don't know. Because, like, it does do more damage than the SMG I have, so, like, it might be worth replacing the SMG with it. But the thing is, I have this. It's the Super Bangarang is my SMG, so I use that for the. Not for the actual, like, bullet damage, but for the reload effect. Which is actually pretty nuts for how much chaos you can create with that. So,
and the way they brought back the old stuff. Yeah, no, it's like they tried using this fan service and they kind of didn't do that well either.
Yeah, I mean, like, I understand, like, for Force Awakens, they needed to be a little bit fan servicey just because they basically needed to reestablish, like, some amount of credibility with the audience that loved the original trilogy. So I didn't hate them for going with basically doing the plot of New Hope again, but like, when the rest of the sequel went the way it did, I'm like, wow, so that whole thing was just kind of soulless at the end of the day. That sucks. Because it really could have been great. It just wasn't.
Press the button that Carnivora may feed. A pitiful death ride. No ticket, no entry, no glory.
Okay. Well, looks like you're gonna need a super pimp ride in order to get in. Oh, bro! Okay, I heard Big Donnie over at the chop shop won a golden car in a sweepstakes. So, go steal that!
Oh man, Big Donnie joined the cult? I used to hold a candle for him, but I never did get to trim his wick, if you catch my drift. Sex-wise.
Subtle.
Just like your brother.
I fucking love the fucking poem that he wrote. A poem that was so bad that it caused the person who read it to kill herself.
I mean, that's why I collected all the porn for him as a side objective.
True.
Here's the thing: say what you will about Scooter, but he was realistic about his own poetry abilities.
That is fair.
You there! Help me out with something? I'm a baker by trade. Started making a pretty penny catering bandit birthday bashes. I ain't no bandit, but a girl's gotta get paid somehow. Now, I got these deadbeats who thought they could get away with not paying for my delectable delights. So I'm looking to make an example of them. Grab me a dozen spider ant eggs and a barrel of gunpowder. I'll warm up the oven. See, I'm gonna bake me up some vengeance cake for the Flamin' Fist clan. The eggs will help the dough rise, and the gunpowder will help it, you know, explode in their faces. Just a little warning. When the oven gets hot, so do I. The COV over there rigged up this crazy game called the Shootin' Blow that spits out barrels of gunpowder. Grab me one.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, we kind of did that to each other right there. Oh, he dropped a legendary. Double penetrating red line. It's a shoddy, though it requires me to be level 41, so I can't equip it just yet. Alright, I'll make sure to hold on to it.
You know them COV boys may be nuttier than an all-male dairy farm, but they sure know how to party. Believe you me.
You're quite the saucy old broad, ain't you?
Oh my god, it's a fucking pachinko machine. Eh? Eh?
Oh!
What horse shit?
Your shit keeps blowing it up.
Did that count? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay. Anyways.
Ammo. Without it, you're just a schmuck with a paperweight. Always a pleasure.
Wait.
What?
Reza, so the scene the necessary for ship was there possible core. Oh god. Also feel like he wouldn't have given up on Kylo because he redeemed Vader. Yeah.
I mean, so here's the thing. I actually don't mind what they did with Luke Skywalker in Last Jedi. It's not what I would have done. Like if I was like to write a sequel trilogy, I don't think I would have ended up going that direction personally. But I actually have a lot of respect for Rian Johnson trying to do something pretty bold with the character. And also, a lot of people get mad at Rian Johnson in particular, but let's be real. He had to work with the setup of Luke already being the guy who left the resistance to go be on an island by himself. Um, so he had to basically try to figure out some kind of justification for that, essentially, right?
Hey, Dragon, how's it going? Also, yeah, basically this is what happens when like you have multiple directors working on each sequel, and then like I don't know what the hell Disney was thinking. Like, it's so fucking disjointed.
Well, yeah, and so what I liked with Ryan Johnson's attempt there is the idea, because like that movie is essentially, at least with Luke, it's about how even in your happily ever after, you could still have failings, right? Like you, even if you complete this character arc, that doesn't mean you're that way forever. You could still, your heroes can still become lesser in their old age, basically. Like they can, and so what he did is he had Luke repeat the same failings of the Jedi before. He tried to reestablish the Jedi Order as it was before, but that's the problem. The Jedi, and he makes this very pointed. At the height of their power, the Jedi failed to recognize the threat of Darth Sidious and let him rise to power, take over the galaxy, and destroy the entire Order. He's in that movie. He's actually really harsh towards the Jedi Order, but I think a lot of that is self-projection on himself, where it's like he tried to repeat those same mistakes, and he's mad at himself. That's why he cut himself off from the Force at that point, because he's like, he's basically depressed and cynical. And it's, like I said, it's not the direction I would have necessarily gone with Luke, but like I think given the circumstances that Force Awakens set up for him, that's actually a pretty interesting direction to take Luke.
I think it's like, if you had to still have Kylo be a bit of a renegade and all that, I think I still would have probably had Luke be like disappear in a sense of depression, but I think it's like basically like, what's it? Luke disappears because he's still trying to find himself, because he's like, in a case of like, I was able to bring my father back, why can't he bring back his nephew? Like,
yeah, and maybe you could still kind of say that's what Last Jedi was going for, but you can make that more explicit, I suppose. The other thing is that when it comes to the people very often misinterpret the flashback scenes, and I don't know how people are that bad at media literacy that they misinterpret it so badly, because they show that scene 3 fucking times, and they with just slightly different details, with the last one being the most important one, where Luke explains that, like, yes, he did ignite his lightsaber fearing the dark side that was already strongly within Kylo, and he immediately regretted it. He immediately felt shame. But at that point, it was too late. He had already made the fatal error, and it cost him the entire Order. Just a small little slip-up, essentially. A moment of shame. And it was the most, like, disastrous thing he's ever done. And that's... Like, I don't understand how critics of Last Jedi constantly forget that detail, where like it's just like they seem to only remember Kylo's retelling of the story and not at all Luke's final retelling of that story, because that's the important one. And then like Luke then goes on to have a whole chat with Yoda about failure and shit, and then he goes out the coolest way a Jedi ever could by astral projecting himself across the galaxy to defeat
Kylo.
While defeating Kylo with his own like pride and anger, without actually lifting any actual weapons against him, and saving the Resistance in the process. Like, that is the most Jedi thing you could do. He achieves Nirvana through that, right? And people like were like so mad about it, like, oh, he died like a pussy. It's like, you guys don't even understand Star Wars, and you also don't understand Buddhism, because the Jedi philosophy is very strongly influenced by Buddhism. Force becoming a Force ghost is their equivalent of achieving nirvana. That's what he just did through this act of peace towards his nephew.
Also, again, how much of the reflex is to literally just like defeat somebody in a duel when you're not even fucking there?
Yeah, right, right. So I actually give Last Jedi a lot of credit because it did a lot of things really fucking well, and people on the internet just seem to be obsessed with like little things that they don't like, and then they misinterpret things, and their media literacy is garbage, so they don't actually understand what character arcs are.
I mean, hell, let's put it this way also. With a lot of the side stuff happening in the in-between years between sequel and the original trilogy, we're still gonna get to see a lot of peak Luke.
Yeah, you know, I am curious to see what Dave Filoni does with this like era, this in-between era.
I mean, hell, here's the thing though. If like Luke is doing fucking well throughout the interwar years, like really well, like, you know, he's being the hero and all that, that one little failure probably does fuck him up hard.
Yeah. Yeah. People who hated Rose are simply idiots. Oh my god, yeah, the Rose hate was... like, honestly,
I felt bad for the actor.
The Rose hate was nothing short of bigotry. People who hated her... I'm sorry, there's no actual reason you hate her other than bigotry. It is insane.
Like, yeah, like, probably could have been written better, but like, she was not bad. Like,
yeah, like, I'm not gonna sit here and say she was the most well-written character. It's like, no, she was like, oh, she was okay. She was okay. But
she
like,
was non-offensive. Like,
oh my god, like the vitriol she got was insane. Oh my god.
Like, speaking of characters got a lot of vitriol, I'm so glad the Jar Jar actor got some loving in the recent stuff.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm actually very happy Ahmed Best got to portray the Jedi who saved Grogu from Order 66. That's pretty dope. Also, where's this last spider egg? Like,
did it like disappear under the ground?
Is this like what happened yesterday with the fucking pirates in Lurelin Village? What's going on? Is there a hidden well somewhere? Who was Rose? Oh, Rose was the lady, the engineer lady that like went on an adventure with Finn in The Last Jedi. They did the whole like animal rights thing. Oh! I found the egg! I found the egg! Oh my god!
Thank God!
Oh! Fuck! Yeah, I'm mostly disappointed by the sequel trilogy though because of Rise of Skywalker. That movie is so fucking bad. Like,
also, holy shit, they literally just undid the entire message of Rey's character from...
I hated that so much! Oh my god, yes, I didn't even mention that about Last Jedi. One of my favorite things about Last Jedi is that Rey's parentage is nobody. And that's a great fucking message. Because, like, and she's, like, initially distraught about it. It's like, oh my god, my parents were like, literally just, like, nobody. They were, like, not... They were not anyone special. And it's like, yes, that's good. Your parents don't have to... You don't have to be of a special bloodline to be a special person. You can do amazing things even if you don't have this amazing bloodline. Why are we doing so much eugenics in Star Wars? Let's fucking, like, actually empower people broadly Okay, let's make the message to the world that, like, yes, you can be special even if you don't have this great lineage. You don't have to have this, like, ancestry that dictates your whether or not you're great. You can be great to your own volition.
Fucking age kills hit it on the nail. We're not gonna beat this dead horse again. 5 tons of glue later.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, like, the final shot of that movie is also, like, that fucking kid, like, using the force to, like, grab that fucking, like, broom and shit. And he's just, like, some random kid. We don't know anything about him, but, like, you know. But it's, like, such a good message. And so what does Rise of Skywalker do? They're like, oh, we gotta fix this. Rey is Palpatine's granddaughter, and that's why she has the Force. So we went right back to eugenics. Oh my god, it's infuriating. Yes, Sin, have you watched Andor yet? I have watched most of it. I have not watched the last 2 episodes
also,
yet.
Finn should have been a fucking Jedi. Or just way more important.
I don't think he should have been a Jedi. I think but I think they should have made his Stormtrooper past matter way more.
You know what? Actually, no, that's the biggest heinous thing. They should have made his Stormtrooper past matter way the fuck more.
I would have loved to see him recruit stormtroopers from the New Order. Like,
here's the thing. Here's the crazy. They had the perfect fucking setup because here's the thing. Yes, there were stormtroopers. They're all kidnapped children and all that. Like in the last book. And you know what would have been fucking perfect? Because there was a mixture of troopers throughout the final order. Because he had the Sith troopers who are, you know, Star Wars equivalent of crazy, like, SS Satanists, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, the Sith troopers in the final movie were basically if you took Satanists, like, stereotypical Satanists, and Nazi SS and mixed them into one. Like, they are, like, unabashedly evil. He could have led a rebellion amongst the normal troopers. And hell, here's the thing. If he had that build up to the entire trilogy and the payoff is, imagine this, building up him slowly, like, regaining and recruiting more and more troopers to his cause, you know, like, maybe, hell, remember how Finn didn't really want to be a part of the Resistance initially?
Yeah,
but
no, that was his character arc in Last Jedi, and, like, by the end of Last Jedi, he's ready to die for the Resistance. And so, imagine how cool if his character, if what he was doing in Revenge or Rise of Skywalker was all about him trying to
deprogram his fellow troopers.
Yeah. And to have them join the Resistance. Like, that would be so cool, because then you would be taking this character concept, taking the character arc that you had in Last Jedi, and continuing that, and taking his background so that he can support the Resistance in a unique way. Especially since at the end of Last Jedi, nobody came to help them. And so if he was starting to de-radicalize, or if he was starting to, like, de-propagandize a lot of these stormtroopers, suddenly there might be this, the tide might shift in the Resistance's favor, and maybe people, now when you have the entire galaxy show up to save them, it might make some fucking sense. You know?
He could have been torn on the fact that he was fighting people who were considered comrades of. Exactly. And here's the thing. The final payoff of the final battle of Rise of Skywalker. All hope is lost. Suddenly, hearing all these intercepted communications of lots of chaos on every single Final Order ship. The normal troopers are rebelling and starting mutinies all throughout the entire fleet. And that's how they neutralize their numbers disadvantage.
Yeah. That would have been really cool. It would have been a great way to utilize Finn instead of having him become a non-character in that movie. Because he, like, let's be honest, his role was so heavily reduced in that movie. He was no longer a character.
God,
he was just
so much. He was wasted.
Yeah, he was just the guy who shouted Rey's name a lot.
I mean, hell, like another thing. What's it? Like on the whole thing with like the Stormtrooper rebellion and all that. They should have played into Stormtrooper past more and more. Like, and also like another thing about his past is the thing with Finn is like, again, he's turned comedic and all that. But like, holy shit, dude! Like, if you look at the prequel, like the stuff leading up to the last, A New Hope 2.0. if you saw the stuff like Finn's backstory, like he wasn't just a regular stormtrooper. He was actually like one of the top troopers of his fucking group.
Mm-hmm.
Like guys, like Finn was supposed to be a badass, but then like again with the disjointed nature of the whole lead up to the Star Wars sequel trilogy, the joke of you're a janitor. Meanwhile, the canon books, no, he was supposed to be a fucking badass.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really disappointing.
What do you want?
Birthday cake delivery for Fist King?
Cake? Oh, hell yeah. The king is gonna twist his fist over this. Send it down.
Go on, light the candles and give it a shove. Shove it! Shove it hard!
Hope you got a casket on layaway.
Happy birthday, Fist King.
I love how they're out of rhythm with each other.
That's what you bastards get!
That's pretty great.
Nobody crosses old Beatrice! Ah, thank you kindly, dear. Come on back for a well-earned reward.
What?
It does me good to hear the wailing cries of my enemies as they burn alive to death.
Metal. Everyone has the Force, you moron. It comes free with your blood.
I mean, kind of. Kind of.
You know, it's funny. Word's already gotten around about Beatrice's infamous exploding cakes, and orders are shooting through the roof over here. Guess you done me 2 in 1 there, Bolt Hunter. Oh, I was saving this pinata for an extra special birthday event, but I think you've earned a whack or 2 at it. It's all yours, Bolt Hunter.
Oh, I was gonna whack it. Okay.
Although I think it's a little bit overkill to use the bayonet on the pinata.
Midichlorians.
Midichlorians? Hey,
you see
now
what?
calm down.
Hold on. What sets a Jedi apart is that they know where to find the midichlorians.
There's another one? Are you found the first one yet? It's really becoming so I was born with more chromosomes, so I'm better. Oh, God. Man, they done fucked it up between sequel 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Sequel 1 was like,
it was okay.
Sequel 1 was inoffensive.
It was serviceable. I kind of understand like why it needed to do what it did, and it did do some things pretty well actually. Like Kylo Ren killing Han Solo actually was done very well. That scene's actually good. In fact, actually in general, like Kylo Ren, basically until the 3rd movie, was done very well. I actually really liked Kylo Ren's character. But he only gets like 10 minutes to be a character in the last movie, and that's the first 10 minutes of the movie where, you know, he's about to find Palpatine. And basically from this...
I'll say though, when I first saw like stuff with like Kylo Ren, when he just casually sauced the blaster bolt midair, that was actually really badass.
Dude, yeah, and it's like they like never utilized that again. It was just like, It could have been. I feel like they could have done something with the fact that like that's one of his things, you know? Like, imagine you have this big confrontation where like you have like an entire like room of like people who, like, let's say you have like some kind of coup on him as supreme leader from
Finn.
not Finn, the other guy, the other Nazi, like the one that said the ginger Nazi.
Oh yeah, what's his fuck?
Hux. That's his name.
Yeah, Hux.
Yeah, General Hux. So let's say, because General Hux didn't like Kylo, so let's suppose he does some kind of coup, and he's like, and he gets like a bunch of like elite troopers, and he's like, and it's like, they're gonna shoot him and stuff, and Kylo's like, you have no idea what you're dealing with, and then, you know, General Hux could say something cocky, and then he's like, anyways, open fire. And then like they can have Kylo Ren have him just stop all the bolts and then redirect them at Hux. And then kind of basically use that as a flex to say like, are you sure? And then like kind of turn to the troopers and say, are you sure about your decision now? And then probably kill them anyways, because, you know, he's evil or something, I don't know.
Also, another thing of like setting up Kylo Ren as a badass, like in the first sequel movie, he tanked Chewie's fucking.
Oh yeah, I remember people talking about like how he loses to Rey, like, oh my god, what a bitch! I can't believe someone who's untrained was able to take him on. What a Mary Sue. But it's like, dude is wounded.
Dude took a fucking Wookiee boltcaster to the hip flexor.
Like, he's dealing with with a Wookiee bowcaster damage and the emotional damage of killing his own father. Like, he's going through some shit right now, you know?
Also, I will say though, at the end of that movie, it should have been fucking Chewie hugging Leia. God damn it.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, actually, like not only did Finn get kind of sidelined in a lot of the sequel trilogy, so did Chewbacca. And actually, the one scene one moment I actually really liked from Rise of Skywalker is when Chewie mourns the death of all his friends.
Yep.
Jump these bold thieves!
It's like the one scene that actually made me feel like emotion, you know?
For the twin gods! Show me what you got, little bud!
Burning Echo.
The gold car's up on that crane. You'll have to get it down before you can drive that shaggin' wagon to the festival. That is one shiny car. Hop on in and drive it to the festival gate. Enjoy the murder circus, y'all.
Here, how does this work? Oh.
I hope you're making progress on my
Interesting.
rescue. I can hear saw blades beginning to spin up. I wonder what
Here, I'm gonna try this for a bit. See if I like it better than the bangerang.
I will keep you updated.
Also, you know what been great? Like another complaint is like the fight choreography throughout most of the sequel trilogy. Like, you know what would have been interesting? Okay, so obviously they want to not do the whole like crazy over-the-top choreography of the prequel trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
But then everyone admits the choreography for the original trilogy is pretty
stiff.
It's stiff and basic, like everyone admits that. Thing is though, You know what they could have done to spice it up and have like a happy in between? Implement HEMA into the fucking choreography.
They should be doing that anyways, but yes. Yeah, no, for sure.
For anyone who doesn't know what HEMA is, it's historical European martial arts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you want an example of how badass HEMA can look is, I'm gonna go over here and in this corner real quick. Like, it would have been the perfect in-between, too, because it's super grounded and not over the top like how the prequel trilogy was. But still very flashy when implemented correctly. Like, look at this shit.
Here, let me, I guess I'll stream your stream again so that we could all watch it together.
Just skip to the fight.
Oh yeah, this shit, yeah. Yeah, the fighting can get very intense, actually. And it's not like there isn't a lot of tension here, either. There's a lot of back and forth, too. And I don't even think you have to really be, like, completely realistic. But if you just incorporated some of the mentalities behind HEMA, that could go a long way to making your choreography look a lot better. Hell, even this scene's not being entirely, like, realistic either. It's like doing some things that are, like, pretty unlikely to actually happen in an actual fencing situation. Like, both of them being disarmed, right? Like, at the same time. Extremely unlikely. But it's because they wanted to have that kind of, like, brawling back and forth, you know? And that's fine. Because you have to decide, what do you want to do artistically, and how do you want to lean on actual... Like, how do you want to use real-life stuff to inspire that, right? You don't have to be... Like, unless you're doing actual, like, historical piece film, you don't really need to worry that much about being, like, precisely accurate or whatever. It's more important that you just...
They did a little bit of HEMA, but they mostly took their choreography inspiration from wuxia film or wushu films.
Yes. And why am I circling there? Anyways, it's just...
Anyways, we lost the golden chair. We gotta go respawn it.
Yeah. Could also use the store to sell stuff.
And a little bit of kendo, yes.
Mm-hmm. And actually, I think it'd be kind of cool to represent...
Oh my god, you have been another badass flex that would tie into, like, displayed abilities for Kylo Ren. Okay, so it shows how he uses the Force to stop blaster bolts and, like, all that type of stuff. And it can tie into some, like, expanded lore stuff just, like, for Giga Nerds. Kylo Ren murder stroking / half swording using the Force to protect his hands.
That would be interesting. Yeah, because half swording is a concept that in lightsaber dueling would be considered impossible because, you know, it's a fucking lightsaber. Though, to be fair, at the same time, the point of half swording is to kind of get in between the plates of, like, you know, higher tier armor. And the thing with lightsabers is that, like, they kind of get through the armor already. I guess if you had them, like, fight someone in Beskar or something like that, and then, like, trying to stab in between the plates of Beskar, that could be a little bit more interesting. But for sure, I think it'd be Star Wars would be a lot more Star Wars like fighting styles would be a lot more interesting if like the different fighting styles of like the Jedi and the Sith were not like what they are now, which is just like a little bit dumb to be honest. But if like different fighting styles were based off of different real like sword-based martial arts, where it's like maybe one fighting style is like kendo and another one is more Hema, you know?
Oh my god, like, dude, if they had... God. You know what, here's the thing, though. Like, the Empire was, like, freaking, like, messing around with, like, you know, stockpiling, like, Beskar and other, like, lightsaber-resistant materials and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been interesting to see, like, the First Order, like, taking down some Imperial remnants because they want to be the big dogs in town.
Mm-hmm.
And then display the half-sorting on that.
That could be interesting.
Submit your death ride for wow! That is one pimp-ass ride! Park that thing on my tongue! Stop the conveyor! Gimme, gimme! Yeah! You are chosen! Prepare for your glory in Carnivora!
Hey, the gold car worked! Anyway, I gotta get back to protecting Roland's rest, but go save Tannis. Leave no bro behind, bro.
Got it.
I'm not even
Removing
loaded
everything
in.
between me and Tannis.
I'm not even loaded in yet.
For the hot science lady.
We got a great lineup today, folks. Our opening act is a bully mong poacher from the southern shelf. Give it up for Ezekiel Sourbones. Ezekiel has chosen dramatic spike traps for his run in the Agonizer 9000. Let's take a look. Ooh, splash! Good run, Ezekiel. See you in the Great Fall. Followers, send in your iridium now. Next up, we got the Blister Sisters. Couple of local favorites. These gals said they wanted to be chased down by fire-breathing spider ants. And I said to Terror, I said, we have a secret. These gals' dreams come true. So damn it, we made it happen. Release the spider ants.
Spoderants.
Odor.
Boy, those spider ants, they love killing humans. And I get it, I get it. Nice soft meat, no exoskeleton, slow running speed. Just a really chompable species we are, huh?
Right, let's have it.
Ah, there goes the other. My Spider-Man magma breath. Terror, it's moment.
Wait, are these guys? Wait, are these two yet another celebrity cameo?
Folks, there's still time to
Maybe?
Look at the poster. Look at the poster. I think it's literally just Penn and Teller. Oh my god.
Oh
Penn
my
and Teller.
god.
God damn it.
It's Penn and Teller. Yeah.
Megapolitan planet of Promethea. Please
Oh my god, now that you said it, I can't unhear it.
I
Yeah.
can't unhear it. Oh my god.
Now I think he's big. Yeah, I see that now.
Okay. Yeah.
Point to his
That's exactly who it is.
Another blow to the budget. Yep.
Hope Dave was hungry for saw blades because that's what was on the menu. Followers, we're gonna have more glorious bloodshed in the name of our beloved Calypsos in just a few moments. Remember, without your uridium donations, you might be left behind when we open the Great Vault.
Pretty soon those maniacs are gonna run out of their own people to kill. Get Tannis out of there.
This homicidal ritual is going faster than I had expected. As I said, I still have one trick up my sleeve.
Folks, we're nearly to our grand sacrifice. The one you've all been waiting for. The heretic scientist who dared to find out. That's odd. We seem to be having some technical difficulties.
Vault Hunter, the stream just cut off. What's happening down there?
Wasn't me, but I'm sure Tannis isn't complaining about the delay.
Sorry for that, folks. Just a few technical difficulties on our end. Someone must have hanged themselves from the end. Ooh, looks like we got a late entry today. And viewers, this one's a doozy. You know them, you hate them, you want to eat them. It's the Vault Thief.
So with all the dead Star Wars dead horse glue, want to make macaroni art? That'd be preferable.
Let's take this show on the road.
Okay.
Carnivora.
Small update. The bloody festival's driving away.
Tannis is still on board that thing. Run it down.
Money, 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 money,
Money, money, money, money, money, money, money, money, money, money, money, motherfucker.
That's a pretty niche reference on our part.
Very niche.
But like, totally accurate for this vehicle, right?
At every other conceivable point in the graph, you're watching the showdown of a lifetime. On one side, the Vault Thief.
This is actually kind of a cool concept for a boss fight, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's literally just a giant fortress.
I kind of like that, actually.
First rule of showbiz, kid. If you can't keep up, you get left behind in the dust. Terror, punch it.
I think I've identified this monstrosity's weak points. Despite its bulk, it's very fast. You'll need to destroy its fuel lines if you have any hopes of slowing it down.
Typical Vault Thief behavior. If you can't win, drag them down with you.
Yo, this is like some Mad Max shit right here.
This is just straight up Mad Max.
This is sick, actually. I'm actually enjoying this.
Where's the weak point? Where's the weak point?
I don't know. I was taking care of the ads, so I didn't really see.
Oh, center axle, center axle.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it.
This is unacceptable. We're live right now. Crew, get out there and fix this. Folks, we're gonna take a quick break. Get this Calypso forsaken pile of trash running. Now, you idiots!
Great work, Vault Hunter. Now get on board and save Tannis.
That was fun. Man, imagine if there was a Warthog run like that in Halo.
Dude, destroying a giant freaking like coveted super vehicle.
Dude, that would actually I wish we had something like that. That would be so
Charlie,
cool.
do you think they paid Teller or 2 or just paid Penn? Yes.
They probably. I guess I don't know. Because they technically only need the voice of one.
Yep.
But they probably paid both of them for their likeness, though.
In here, I want the Agonizer 9000 back up and kill it now! Now! Now!
Vault Hunter, I'm running out of time.
You will be back. A fair price.
Festy Flesh. Carnivora's favorite mystery meat. New recipe, 50% less E. coli. Ingredients: mystery meat, quotations, texture enhancers, little pieces of glass, nails, sand, flavor enhancers, listeria, E. coli, and don't know how to say that because the text sucks. Pickles may contain trace radiation.
I love how, for me, like, the texture of this sign is just shit. It's pretty bad.
That is unacceptable, Shardsy. Unacceptable.
You are trapped, Geo.
Badass Psycho? What badass Psycho?
You got a death wish? Wanna think twice next time?
I love this mech.
So very close, my spotlight hogging vault thief. But you can't
It's
fool
very
us
powerful.
that easily. We're gonna sacrifice this heretic one way or another.
If these are my final moments, what have I left behind? 1,000 half-completed experiments, countless undiscovered artifacts and unanswered questions. I never found the Iridian homeworld, and now it appears I never will.
I repent yourself, my tender grateful!
Confident sweat weasels. Every minute we aren't killing people, we lose 500,000 subscribers. What's that? Terror? Terror's giving me a great idea. Until we get the Agonizer 9000 working, we're gonna broadcast the Bold Thief while they murder our crew. How's that for entertainment, huh?
I mean, improvise, adapt, overcome, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Opening up a finely cask of
And the world quaked and...
Bold Thief, good news. I gotta say, our subscribers are loving you.
Alright, I leveled real quick. Boom. There we go.
Philosophical disagreements, but if there's one thing I can recognize, it's a certifiable killing machine. The Calypsos were right about you.
This music's pretty good.
Yeah.
If I die, I need you to take care of some unfinished business for me. First, there is a signed poster of Typhon de Leon in my room on Sanctuary. Give it to Lilith. Second, I have a database of compromising information on rival scientists. Please release it all onto the EchoNet. And third,
Hey, science lady!
bump on one of them before they get to the employee entrance, I can chop them and sneak in their place. Okay, enough talk. It's time for smaction.
Let me smash.
Let me smash.
This guy's got tricks!
Did I just hear a bandit talk about the Golden Throne?
Shai Halud!
Get over here, dickweed.
Wait, now that I think about it, isn't Teller usually really quiet in the Penn and Teller shows?
Oh, he doesn't talk.
Yeah, okay, that explains it. Okay.
Yeah. That's like his thing.
Yep.
Nobody actually knows what he said. Well, nobody in the audience is supposed to know what he sounds like, but like,
Yep.
you know, obviously, Penn knows what Teller sounds like, but nobody else does.
Oh my god, Teller!
Okay, this looks like it's gonna be fun.
Peekaboo, vault thief! Viewers, comment in the stream and tell us how you want the vault thief to die. We got moderators standing by. Viewers, comment in the stream and tell us how you want the vault thief to die. We got moderators standing by.
God, my fucking mech is just too good.
A little bit.
Vault Hunter, destroy that core! Trust me!
Enjoy the spotlight.
Oh, that was fast.
Tannis, what are you doing?
Oh,
Tannis?
she became a siren. Well, shit. Okay.
Wait, did she take Angel's abilities?
I think so. Because those are Angel's wings. Wait. Who should we kill first? Or
Hold up. I have infinite ammo in my shotgun right now.
You must have questions. I can explain. Go ahead, make your observation.
So you're not just a weirdo, you're also a siren.
Yes, that is how I have been speaking in your head and charging the vault keys. As for my particular powers, I am able to manipulate machines and anything else with a current. It is known as phase shifting. You could call it a gift from a guardian angel.
Yep.
I had intended to keep this a secret, but best laid plans, robotic murder machine, well, you were there. And now the whole galaxy knows. I'm a star. See you back aboard Sanctuary, Vault Hunter.
Okay.
Oh, and thank you for the rescue.
Interesting.
So she literally has Angel's abilities now.
Yeah.
Science cannot tell us everything.
She literally studied
Does separate
Angel's
humankind
abilities
from
so
beasts
much
and
that she
mimic
actually figured out how to like activate it within herself. Interesting. Does this mean she could do the same for others? Like, could she recreate the power?
Wait. I think it's a transfer thing because there can only be 6 sirens in the galaxy at the time.
Oh, so when Angel died, she...
Probably transferred it to Tannis.
Interesting. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I guess that could make some sense. Hmm.
Also, I got a new relic that's interesting.
Yeah, I picked up a few legendaries. I haven't really looked at them yet.
So my health is only 953 now.
There you are, my rescuer.
You doing an Archon build, basically?
Yes, but whenever I melee somebody to trigger the enrage, I get 8% sprint speed, 7% fire rate, and then what's it? Additional shield. My action skill cooldown 13% faster, and I regenerate a little bit of health. And it says substantially increases your luck. I need to look up what that does. Berserker loaded dice. The loaded dice.
Me, as most things do.
See, I have
restores 25% HP on kill. Increases luck.
See, I have something kind of like that. I have an elemental projector loaded dice. So yeah, so what does luck do, I guess, is the question.
It increases the chances of rare loot.
Oh. And
I'm a shield build, so I don't care about the reduced max health.
Mind if I practice my small talk? How is about this weather we're having? Please don't respond. I truly don't care.
Okay.
Or my mind wanders. No one wants that, believe me. You must stop the Calypsos from opening the Great Vault. That is an order from your... Oh, I'm only joking. I'm a researcher, not a commander.
You became Shield Krieg, essentially.
Here, I need to see what's special about the extended sleeping giant I have here. Let's see, Borderlands 3 extended sleeping giant. So, infinite pav carved with unrivaled skill. Reloading has a chance of granting random gun bonuses for the next magazine. What? Increase fire rate and magazine size. Potential modifiers are as follows. Increased damage can be applied twice. Increase reload speed. Greatly increase fire rate. Reduce recoil, improved accuracy. Multiple modifiers can be active at once with a 33% chance to award all bonuses. So it's kind of like the glitch weapons, but like they can stack. Huh. It has a very low base damage, though. I'm not sure if this is actually worth it, though.
I forget.
Look at this. Look at this SMG I found.
Here, I guess I'll try it.
Ooh. Oh my god. Dude, what's the capacity on the weapon?
59 meg.
I'm just imagining it for my build because I'm all about DACA. But look at this SMG I found.
There's also a burst fire mode. Wow, that's wild.
It shoots out random elements.
Oh, wait, so is yours also a sleeping giant?
Compressing tsunami is this one.
Okay. Yeah, because mine's called the extended sleeping giant. That's kind of sick.
There you are, my rescuer. Thanks again.
Holy shit, Tannis is now the siren now.
Yeah. Interesting.
Dang, so I can just blast somebody with random ass elements on a whim.
That's really cool. Dude, when it gets the fire speed increase, that's nuts. Oh my god. That's probably why the base damage on this is so low, by the way. Because it'd probably be broken otherwise. What's that, 3475? 3475. Okay, so if I compare that to this. Yeah, no, actually, I mean, it could be a misrepresentation of the damage too. Plus, it's also fire damage. Has fire damage too, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna put the Bangarang in my storage thing.
Hey!
Because it's too interesting to let it just be sold off, you know? Yeah, so I'm thinking in combat I probably just like fire this a little bit, reload really quickly until I get that, and then I just lay down some suppressing fire, you know? Oh my god, especially when it gets paired with their recoil reduction, I could get very... think about how precise I can get with the fucking Burt, you know, when things stack.
God damn. Also, Foggy taking my shit and giving my hat back.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. I should probably, maybe I should upgrade my SMG capacity. Oh, just for this. All right, upgraded it twice.
Things could be worse. I could still be a writer. Ugh. I'll take refugee any day.
The Vault Hunter is here.
It's weird seeing Tannis with the glowing arm now.
Yeah.
Keep fighting! This was fun. Wait, now, what's the word? Tolerable.
Have some money. Now why not spend it? Happy to help.
Foggy, never word of the stream. You've probably seen me say this a lot on Twitter, but as Together Tuesday, we are with friends. Or in this case, a friend. Whenever casually friendly friend, you would say shik is.
You'd think there's only 2 bands in the whole universe.
Is.
Hey, Killer. Thanks for rescuing Tannis. Seems like no matter what happens, I can always count on you.
A kiss are the
I wanted
homies.
to tell you, these days being a siren puts a target on your back. We should deal with the matter at hand. Though the Vault Hunter cut off the Calypso's pledge drive, they have already collected massive amounts of iridium. They are preparing to use it for something. Perhaps to open the Great Vault.
Wait, you saying the Great Vault actually exists?
Yeah, I'm with the Vault Hunter. What?
I am merely addressing the evidence we have at hand. Lilith, if the Great Vault is real, there must be a creature of incredible power within.
The Calypsos are already monsters. I don't want to see what happens if they steal that kind of power.
When I was taken, they held me at a stronghold where they were amassing all of their iridium offerings. Whatever their plan entails, it will happen there. Then that's where we strike. Killer, head down to Roland's Rest and tell Vaughn to rally the raiders. We're ending this.
How many sirens are in this? Fucking Maz, I love her.
What?
Did you hear her?
No, I didn't.
Right when freaking Lilith's like, we're going to end this, you know, the typical like thing.
Yeah.
Moe's after walking away, blood feud.
Yeah.
Also, Sharzy, how many sirens are in the room? 1 former siren, a new siren, and a developing siren.
Yeah.
We have half of the sirens in the known universe in this ship.
Yeah, though it's worth
Tannis is a siren? Kidding, not kidding.
though it's worth noting, the Calypso twins are like stealing the siren powers. So like, though also if we had Amara, that would be another siren.
Yeah. So if we had an Amara in the party, that's most of the sirens in the known universe.
Yeah, which is kind of wild.
Actually, we're dealing with all the sirens in the universe because what's her fuck is already a siren, but she can suck up powers, and she deleted Lilith's powers, but who was a former siren. What's her fuck who got Maya killed is a developing siren. Maya's a siren. Amara's a siren, and Tannis is now the 6th siren. Literally, we're dealing with every single siren in existence.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's kind of wild. So do I have any lost loot? I do.
Actually, now I think about it. What's it thinking about? So Lilith's power was the phase. What was it phase walk? Phase walk.
Mm-hmm.
Phase shift is Angel's abilities now. Tannis's.
And then phase lock was Maya's.
Then what's it?
What's Amara's called?
I forgot what Amara's is called, but her combat focused one. Then what's it? Calypso. Was it? Femme Calypso. I don't know what the fuck hers is called, but she just steals abilities, it seems.
Probably like phase leech or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, probably phase leech. And then we don't know what stupid character's name is. Abilities is either.
Yeah.
Was the glowy talk on Rez always there? It's been there for a while. It scales with voice volume. But yes. Anyways, let's get going.
Well, hold on. Like, we're at 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh shit! Yeah, we're already at the. We spent 2 hours.
We
being
did.
Fucking nerds.
That is kind of true, but that is true. But we did also basically complete the whole arc here.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of fine with that. Because it's not like we didn't have significant Borderlands content, you know? God, that's insane.
Two hours of nerddom, 2.75 hours of Borderlands 3.
Yep. Welcome to Sindef and Rezdog. Who wants to get us going on another nerd rant? 'What the hell happened to Sonic that made his games bad? Cocaine. Next question. To be honest, I don't actually know enough about, like, the Sonic team at Sega to really know for sure, like, what type of shenanigans led to so many Sonic games being pretty shit. I suspect it probably has a lot to do with just, like, corporate bullshit, because it's almost always connected to the corporate entity wanting to do corporate bullshit, and it kills the art that they're trying to create. But I honestly don't know. God.
Oh, I'm down.
Here, it's good for what ails you.
Stitched, thanks.
Why does it feel like no one accepts neutrality as an option? People either need to attack or defend something? Because people don't believe in nuance, unfortunately. And people have there's a tendency in a lot of people to have very black and white thinking, and I don't know. People can also get very sensitive about just things. It's not like there aren't things that you should be sensitive about. There are, but it's like I feel like I don't think people open up their minds enough to constructive criticism, I guess. I'm not sure. It's explaining that broad phenomenon is just a little bit, maybe a bit too broad for the scopes of someone like me and Rez to talk about with any authority. Because there's just so many factors in that, you know? And it kind of depends on what you're talking about, right? Like, people get divisive in politics, for example, because, like, and I could say, like, you know, here in America, that might have a lot to do with the fact that we have a two-party system, and so it causes people to be very, very partisan, you know? But people also get that way about things that are apolitical, you know? I mean, like, we were talking about Star Wars earlier. There's, like, people who talk about the Star Wars sequels like it's, like, literally the worst thing ever, and that Kathleen Kennedy is, like, the spawn of Satan herself, and it's, like, that's, like, ridiculous, you know? But then there's... I also see some people that are, like, actually, the sequels were brilliant and you just can't understand it. And, like, yeah, I know that's kind of the argument we were making about, like, Last Jedi, but we still believe that the sequels overall were pretty soulless, right? Because we have a more nuanced approach to that, and I don't know. I feel like I think people are. I guess in short, I think it's tribalism. People are too. There's just such a strong instinct to be very tribal about things that you care about or think you care about, and people can get pretty gatekeepy about that, and very hostile towards people they perceive as outsiders. It's not good. Anyways,
Who would win a fight, Yeti or Sasquatch? They would make out. Okay, then who would be on top? Who would be the bottom? Yeti would top. Your opinion on this?
I think the Yeti would win in a fight. As for who tops, I'm not so sure. I guess it depends on whether or not the Yeti has a foot fetish, because, you know, the Sasquatch is also Bigfoot, right? If the Yeti has a thing for feet, I think the Yeti's the bottom here. Otherwise, the Yeti's probably the top. I don't know. Or maybe they're both switches, you know? So it's like a sometimes thing.
The Yeti thinks they're topping, but the Sasquatch is actually a power bottom.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Why are we just like shooting shit in here?
I have no idea. Also, hold up. Look at this. Look at what I use my shotty. Imagine the DPS.
Yeah.
I still can't believe I found a better shotgun than this, because like it's only a It's only a 289 power level, but it does 417 by 10. You never did watch the Summer vs. Lich King death battle. Only talked about their lore. I watched it. Their results show that Sauron would win.
Yeah, which, yeah, I'm not surprised. We could talk about more of that lore if you want us to. I mean, I can go on Warcraft lore for days.
Help.
Come on then.
Thanks.
Sauron, however, not top. No, Sauron is the true definition of a switch.
Yeah. Yeah, he wants Celebrimbor to take him down really hard. That's what that whole conflict was between them.
Totally. In an alternate universe where we just gender swap everybody, it's Celebrimbor.
Celebimbo.
I didn't know Splinter Cell War. No, I do not.
Neither do I.
I know the Splinter Cell games. I haven't played them in forever. And honestly, it wasn't the Splinter Cell games. I played a little bit of them back in the day when I was really young, so I don't really know the lore too much. I do remember them being fun as fuck, though. And hard. But that's also because I was really young. And those are freaking Tom Clancy games from the 2000s. Oh no, Tom Clancy's the stuff involving Tom Clancy is kind of propaganda-y. Oh no. Tom Clancy properties are propaganda-y. Nobody's surprised.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: if anybody's gonna suck America's dick very hard, it's the author known as Tom Clancy.
Yeah.
I mean, what was it say? It's fucking hilarious. Like Tom Clancy's shenanigans. Like he got confronted by the feds because he was writing one of his books, and in that book he describes a warship that at the time was like their internals and layout was very super classified. But Tom Clancy is so borderline autistically obsessed with how things in the military works. He just made educated guesses based on his prior knowledge of military hardware how the layout would go. He was fucking right.
Bruh.
He literally just made educated guesses because military stuff is like his obsession. And since he knows a lot how the military builds their stuff, he's like, they probably put that here, that there, that there.
What time is it?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Some people have trains. Tom Clancy has military hardware. And procedure.
Moxie doing out here?
Moxie stuff.
But she's just like here.
Yeah.
No, like come over here though.
This ship. I don't know what's more worrying.
She's
that
just
half
here.
My taps are pouring out antifreeze, or that my customers can't get enough of it.
You remember Ben 10? Yes, I do remember Ben 10.
Don't
The
say
first
everyone's
series.
so
Yeah.
surprised about
And a little bit of the
Tannis.
second series.
I think I was the only one who talked her clothes off.
Wait, what?
What?
I just heard her say, I don't know why everyone's so surprised about Tannis. People act like I'm the only one that talked her clothes off.
Maurice is pleased to see you.
Don't see why everyone's so surprised about Tannis. You'd think I was the only one who talked her clothes off.
See?
Hello.
Nice.
Nice. Also, you know what? Your guess that Tannis is probably Demi, I think is probably pretty accurate.
Yeah, I think so. It makes sense for someone like her. Anyways.
I guess, well, the thing, if anybody doesn't know what demisexual is, it's basically, what? You don't feel sexual attraction to anyone you don't have a strong bond with or something like that?
Just, yeah, broadly speaking, yeah, that's kind of how it works. Like, it's, yeah, basically, it's, yeah, my understanding is that just, like, people who are demisexual don't really feel sexual attraction to someone until they, like, get really, really close and have, like, a strong emotional bond. And then they maybe they start feeling that attraction to them. I don't know. I'm not super intimately familiar with how that works, but but that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, from my understanding, that's how it works.
And so they tend to be a little bit so people who are demisexual tend to not quite click the sexuality the same way most people do, because they don't just look at someone and lust after them the way that someone else might, because they just don't feel that they might be able to recognize attraction. It's not like they are incapable of admiring beauty and aesthetics, but it's that they don't feel this personal attraction in the same way that other people might, until they form a close bond, and then they might form really strong emotional or physical attraction there. And I don't know, that's my just basic understanding of it.
You remember when the only asexual representation in fiction was robots, and not even then? Same with aromantic.
Yeah, no, it's
That engine is the real deal, baby.
yeah, there's not been a whole lot of decent representation of asexuals, aromantics, and demisexuals. Mostly because I think a lot of people, even in the LGBT community, there's not strong understandings of it. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in the I don't think people in the LGBT community are being bad when they don't necessarily understand. It's just more of an actual ignorance thing, right? I'm expressing what I understand about demisexual the best to my ability, but I really just fundamentally don't get it, but I also don't need to get it, right?
Yeah.
But, if I were writing a demisexual character, I would want to get in contact with someone who's actually demisexual so I could, ask them, hey, how does this affect your mentality about things? How does this affect how you would interact with someone? In this type of situation, if someone's flirting with you, how would that make you feel? Because I want to know how this character would realistically feel in similar types of situations, right?
Character arc. Someone thinks that, what was it? Character thinks they're asexual. They're actually demisexual. Just everyone's a dick, and up until then.
Yeah, well, a lot of demisexual is also really hard for people to figure out, because a lot of them might just like might think they're asexual for a long time until suddenly like they're like smacked in the head with like sudden sexual urges that they never had before. But I still barely know anything beyond the basic LGBTQ plus stuff. Like, what is an abrosexual? That's the first I'm hearing of that.
The fuck is an abro?
I'm gonna look that up. Abrosexual. Abrosexual is a term.
I don't have my ear to the hot fixes at all times.
See, abrosexuality is a term that describes a kind of sexual fluidity. Someone who's abrosexual finds that their sexual attraction shifts often. They might identify with the term gay and later feel attracted to people of all genders and then feel little to no sexual attraction at all. Oh, okay, so it's like kind of being gender fluid but for sexuality. So it's like sexual fluidity, I guess.
It's a fuck around and find out today.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So it's basically sexual fluidity.
You see, at every dawn they have to throw a d20 to determine their sexuality for the day.
I guess. Let's see. Let me roll a d20 right now. Let's determine how horny hypothetical abrosexual is going to be today. Oh, it rolled all the way up. I rolled a 1.
You're now an actual asexual for the day.
No horny allowed.
Hey, remember you told two ones on an advantage roll?
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I'm still a bit salty about that. I mean, you made it work really well narratively, though. You played that off very well. So even though that happened, I actually was overall happy with the moment. Like, salty from the gameplay perspective, but like satisfied from a narrative perspective.
Make a web to gay love, but it was gonna be cooler because of future cars racing and traumatizing the specific character.
Okay. What do you mean?
LGBTQ people and trauma? What is this? The fucking news?
I mean, it's just every day for queer people, you know?
That's what I mean. It's just like, it's like when I look at cyberpunk fiction. This is just the US.
Well, yeah, unironically, a lot of cyberpunk stories, and just by cyberpunk I mean the genre, not the game with the same title. Though the game does have some of that too. But cyberpunk as a genre is really specifically meant to criticize American capitalism. Like, very directly, that's what it's about. Wanted to make a romance comic that involved what's basically future NASCAR and a gay awakening. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anyways, where are we at? We're at the 5-hour, 8-minute mark.
Yeah. You want to read Corpus?
Okay. It's been a while since they've been streaming at the same time.
Yeah. Let's read Corpus.
Corpus.
Do you need their...
I think so, yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Oh wait, I have their link.
Okay. Well, you got it in both ways, anyways.
Batman next Monday. I think I'm doing Batman on Fridays, Sharzy. I do Batman on Fridays.
Yeah, I do Zelda Mondays. Remember? If you're thinking Mondays, that's probably my thing you're thinking of. But yeah, I guess we could quickly chill. What are you doing throughout the week?
Countdown's going down. So tomorrow I'll be doing more Tarkov, or something special and different, depending on certain timing related things. Depending on certain timing related things, I'll be doing either Tarkov or something different. And then Thursday I take a break. And then Friday, more Batman. Saturday, Showdown Saturday. Sunday will be D and fucking D. I know JoJo is at the end of the stream. Yes, it is. But me and Senegal keep chilling out because that's what we do.
Yeah. Okay, now I need to chill quick. So Saturday, I may or may not be streaming, actually, because, like, it's going to be... This Saturday is my wife's 2nd year anniversary of her wedding. So we may do a special stream. We may just do a normal Pikmin 2 stream, or we may not stream because maybe we'll do something in real life. That's something that my wife and I will have to talk about in the next few days. I will let you know on Discord and on Twitter before that time comes, of course. And then Sunday, we're doing D&D with Rude Lad, Octus Ocelot, and Coyote Yummy, as well as Rezdog here. And then I'll be back to Master Sword Monday, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So if you like that, go ahead and hit that follow button. And of course, a week from now, we'll be back together Tuesday.
Yep, anyways, bye-bye, everybody. We're going to be Corpus now. Bye.
All right, love you. Go have fun with Corpus. He's a good friend. Bye.
There you go, piss.
Yeah, same.
Oh, well, come on in. Thank you for the raid, bud. What the fuck, Sin? I'm guessing y'all playing games together. I think I saw your stream promote. How you doing? Well, come on in. Caught me near end of my stream, but I appreciate it. Let's at least enjoy some Proc while we can. Maybe we can finish this level. How you doing?